Hello.
Manica, Airy.
Grimith, I think.
Your volume is
Yeah.
as great as ever, Airy.
I'm so happy to hear it. It's great. Great.
Server should be up though.
Okay.
I had to update Java, and it reset all my map tool settings and unselected all of my resource libraries.
Oh.
I had to re-find them on my computer, which can be difficult. It's kind of a mess. Yeah. So hopefully everything is as it should be.
40
It
seconds
looks like
later, everything is not as it should be.
crash break. Oh no, this is from a year ago.
This is actually session 57. Oh, I see.
So we'll just play back up there. It's fine.
Good. Good.
I'll go find this guy who betrayed me, kill him immediately.
I know what's coming.
That said, I don't think there's been a lot of betrayals. I'll make a bunch of bets maybe that say, as long as the sun sets in Zambia.
Yeah. Place a wager, Deb.
Sports almanac and such.
Give me a few
Oh,
sentences,
boy.
Airy, for my sound balancing purposes, or my attempt to elevate you.
Hello.
Sentences.
How are you? It's very warm here. I
Alright.
wish that I was a silver dragon so I could lie on ice all day.
Alright. Let's see if I can patch
That's
this
what
together.
I thought about today. Wish.
How low am I going to have to reduce Manikai in order for Airy to be at 200% for me to elevate the stream volume so that you two are equal? Grimith looks at the tools he has on hand and he's not sure whether he can do that.
Yeah, I mean, you're an 80 for me, so that area can be on 200.
Like, it's really bad, Airy, and it has been bad for a few
I
weeks.
don't know what
Fair.
I need to do. Like,
What's your microphone input volume set at? Is that lower?
no, it's full.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
I couldn't say.
If I raise desktop audio to that, and I take Manikai down to there, and I lower I raise my own headset, maybe I can establish equilibrium. Manikai, give me a few sentences.
Yeah. So I already said it was really warm, but I have I have my feet in cold water, because that seems like a good idea while DMing, so I can keep my head cold. I've taken a painkiller, and I have plenty of things to drink, so hopefully I will survive these next couple of hours situated. Sure, at least my new computer doesn't generate a lot of heat, which is nice. The old one would actually make it quite warm to be next to, especially when running map tools.
Alright. Airy, give me a few sentences.
Well, Malachi said that he only had one painkiller, and I mean, what a life to live. If only that was the case. I don't have any cold water, and I wish that I had. But my computer stands on the floor, and I am not willing to take that risk. That is all.
Alright. Casually, and never so slightly adjust the volume levels again. I think that will... I think Grimma's patchwork, like, quick fix volume hacking will suffice. With Manikai reduced that low, the audio mixer put up that high, and Airy I can't raise up any further with Discord's tools.
I don't know what it is. So I'll have to get you a new microphone or something.
I don't know. Like,
We'll try to take my headset over there at some point and see
sure.
if the problem persists.
Everyone will just die.
See, right there, with that volume, you were great. Now, if only we get to sustain that for the entire session.
Yeah.
We just have to have you exasperated for the next 4 hours. Manikai, let's get to work.
It's happened in some sessions, I feel like.
Yeah.
know,
Sure.
exasperated voice I've received that from I think everyone to some degree.
I have never been exasperated during any of these sessions.
Oh,
I always keep my composure. I'm cool Grimith, that's what they call me on these streets.
cool, Grimith.
Yeah.
Ah, the word cool.
I didn't mean to make you two so wistful.
I went to a different place.
Before I do this recap, I just want to say, every year for the past several years, I've heard nothing but you fucking Europeans lament like the damn heat. Not once have you
only getting
decided to do
worse.
anything about it.
What could I do?
We've talked about
Okay.
this.
My feet are in cold water after it's like move, I guess.
It's
Maybe I
always
shouldn't get a
like, the
Greenland.
expense to fix this is too high. These buildings aren't designed for hell to help me.
I don't even own this building. Like, am I gonna install air conditioning for my landlord? No.
You'd probably make your landlord would probably make you pay for installing it. Like,
Yeah.
not just installing it, but also a fee for installing something in
Approve
their
this
house.
building. We're gonna keep your deposit. Yeah. Well, windows are open. It's
Oh, bless your hearts.
I'm here, and maybe at some point I'll take another headache medicine pill, but that's just how I live now.
You live from sunrise to sunset, one pill to another.
You're allowed to take 6 a day, right? So just gotta just keep my body from complaining about the heat. It doesn't stop me though, I suppose.
You would need a lot bigger painkillers.
Alright,
Of
folks.
course. Anyway,
Welcome to Dreads of the Dragon Coast, session 98, which actually lines up with what Manikai has in his own personal campaign file. He must have fudged that somehow.
I waited and didn't update it for a long time, so
There
here
we
we
go.
are.
Sheep is not here today, that's why I'm handling these broadcast duties. I eventually will highlight the session in perpetuity, and it'll get shuffled to my YouTube channel for putting on Haldemir and Rahal's playlist. As a side note, Sheep will have other obligations in July, which will preclude him from attending sessions. Manikai, Ari, and I have not yet discussed how we're going to be handling his multi-session absence. Maybe we might skip Fridays, maybe Manikai is going to broadcast the sessions himself. You'll have to keep an eye out for announcements, which maybe we can give you some news during next session, because it'll be the last one of June. It's good to have dreams.
That's reasonable.
As for the recap itself, I was counting on Sheep doing this one today, and that was a lax day for me to take notes, so my only line of note is, gotta get my tapestry, and I do. With that in mind, we're flying by the seat of our pants here for this recap. The war between the Kingdom of Cormyr, Shadowvar, and Symbia is continuing. Cormyr is mustering up a Radiant host, which they're hoping to launch far to the north to strike down these terrible, horrible shadow people. Fuck the Netheril. Westgate is continuing to become ever more the entrenched position of the Black Fleet of Thay, building an enclave so that they can more directly summon reinforcements. They are very interested in their exiles, which are in this region. They have a zero-tolerance policy of those. And of course, they're also interested in what the hell happened to their previous agents that they've sent to this region to investigate Yaffle. All that stuff that doesn't matter. Just like Thunderholm delving into the Giants Run Mountains, trying to claim more territory, and being struck by lightning, their scouts, as they were climbing the tallest peak, that also doesn't matter. No, the primary focus is the Great Tribe, the massive nation of lizard folk that swelled up to the surface with tens of thousands of more right beneath this region. Now, they've come for a certain item, scrolls, that the Semyana tasked them with acquiring, and they were last session, currently in the hands of Valignith, the Red Dragon, played by Sheep. To thwart the Great Tribe, Valignith called in help from Thunderholm, and also received the assistance of the Marked, and through intense battles lasting basically the year, the Great Tribe not only was repelled, but they were eliminated as a fighting force. Their might score in Reign has been reduced to 0, and they are undoubtedly looking to retreat back to the Underdark, to repopulate and regroup, to give this whole get the scrolls for Semyana wink another try. In other news, Anglispark and his ongoing war of Termish, it's grinded to a near halt. It's taking much longer than the older Black Dragon would like. He's called for additional help. He's throwing money at mercenaries, and the Red Banner host, the amazing, immaculate, perpetual survivors of everything forever, has heard the call for money and suffering, and they've responded. Remains to be seen what the hell happens over there. Beyond that, the only thing of particular note that happened last session is what happened southwest of the Gulfmere Forest. Nathlands had a stain spread across its sky, a shadow, and Imizure Lidrathir has decided that this was unacceptable. So while the Emerald Enclave has been dragging its feet on how to respond to one situation or another, and the blue fire avatar of Nobanyan squares off with the unhinged Cindermoon, Imizure Lidrathir mustered up her company, severely weakened Nathland through various means which extended past multiple sessions, and attacked, seizing their capital city and forcing the government to the hills near the Osround Mountains. They are not severely weakened, as Imizure Lidrathir did not look to slay people, but with the conclave of druids at her back. Instead, she just wanted to gain control of this territory for re-education and rehabilitation purposes. And that's where we left off last session. We didn't quite end the year, at least we didn't say we did, but any companies that have taken action thus far are severely winded, and looking to regroup for what will undoubtedly be another exciting year to come.
Yeah. You know, these times are great times to be born into. Just as a human, anywhere, really.
There are compensations for living in interesting times. You wouldn't want to live in boring times, right?
Some of those thousands of years of peace or whatever the
Yeah.
past had.
You know what? No hero was made because because nothing happened, and he, like, they need an occasion to rise, and we're providing.
Yeah, Avery, I'm glad you pipe in. You have a gold slot.
I do.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you have anything you want to fulfill it with?
I do.
I can just put the ones we have currently in here.
I think.
I know usually Sheep posts them, so I'll do the honors of just putting them there. Oh, that is.
Yeah, he likes to format them. I'll take care of it for the viewers.
Okay.
I got this, buddy. Because
it is. Sorry.
I have the magic that I can make that appear on their screen.
What?
I know.
God,
No.
No, I think I know how he does it, but I want to tell. So I did streams. I can't do that. So maybe I should again soon, depending on how much people like me talking about the heat.
Yeah, I'm only a segment. I'm one of those with musicians. Before you get your own song, you sort of just feature in the background. Some 2-second rap or a beat. That's
Yeah.
Yes. Go.
So the goals we have at the moment is integrate the Emerald Enclave and the Verdant Eclipse into one. We're getting closer and closer to that one. A rift has been made through the Emerald Enclave's current leadership. There's clearly some differences in ideology, and Imisure has sort of shown herself to be flexible more than anything, which is very valuable to the trying to be able to act as is best rather than as is ideologically sort of demanded. Then we have mislead the Thayan expedition to reduce their progress. It's a long time goal that was set for Nova Cree and Yanka, the Thayan exile, but it is perhaps more relevant than ever. We'll see what the Thayans do
Grimith nods sadly.
going forward. Then we have secure an Earth mode worthy of a Lignith. Probably won't be doing much of that today. I don't think that's what the two of you are gonna pursue.
Imagine if we did and we wrote like the best possible option. That would just
No,
be hard.
here's the thing. It would be hubristic for us to assume that we could find what a red dragon wants, right?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Find the identity of the arcane mark's creator in the old lair. I think that's something we can work with, and then
Yes.
break apart the great tribe, which also, well, we'll see how far things go. But since Relignith isn't here, probably won't be zooming too much in on that. I don't assume that the mark will just charge at the beginning of the year.
No, no. That seems like
All right,
a big.
but that's our interesting. So, Ari, what would you like to add to this list?
I would like to add subjugate the ogre tribes ruining the ritual sites.
Subjugate the
Uh,
southern ogre tribes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna call them the southern tribes because there are other things that ogres
Hmm.
too. I'm gonna say currently that's medium. Southern tribes. At the moment, the toughest ones have obviously been culled over the various amounts of conquest, but they're used to rolling over. Really, it's medium because the Mark do not have territory there. Um,
Yeah.
they haven't been this far south, nor are they particularly used to not being so far away from the sea, from their boats and water
Well,
and
either
such.
it's city or it's boat, and
Yeah,
there's
and this is desolate, desolate mountains.
yeah.
So that's a medium. It's not hard because there's no significant sort of military or powerful individual that opposes you tonight.
No, I was looking at my list and I was like, these motherfuckers are ruining all my magic data shit. They can't like.
Yeah. All right. Yep. That can be on there. That's something you can southern.
I do say will say for this session though, I suspect that I'll be mostly working on the arcane mark since it makes sense to zoom in on Aslan a little bit given
Yeah,
that career.
that said, I don't know that Vercingetorix knows what happened. I mean, this was pretty much a surprise attack from
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the green dragon.
Has learned about the Shao monks or
Yeah.
wizards or whatever.
The green dragon has not yet time to just send information to other dragons. He has, though, had her trying to make the public proclamation, and messengers are beginning to head out.
Perhaps then we should do a zoom in on that conquest to begin with, because we haven't really talked much about Nathlan, or the city here of Nathlan, which is generally called Nathlek, which basically is Nathlan with an H and a K at the end. Um, it is a large city, and it wasn't originally just sort of a Shao city. The city has thousands of inhabitants, and currently, of course, they're not all murdered. The current government has been banished, but that doesn't mean that the city is not a city or non-functional. It is built around a central pillar called the Pride, which is a massive sort of granite. I wouldn't say mountain, more like a plateau. Whereupon it is said that Nobanian once sat and spoke to the people. It is very high, and on top of that, there is a temple and also the old Cat Lord's palace. It is a place that Imizuri probably has looked at, but for our sake, she hasn't approached it entirely yet, because 3 sphinxes are guarding it, and apparently disallowing anyone entry, which also included the people who ruled this place, the sort of shadow faction. They were also not allowed inside by the sphinxes. So it's basically been empty abandoned since the disappearance of the young heir. Well, shouldn't call him young anymore. It's the heir.
Right.
Yeah. Around it, or sort of a bit further down, is the Sky District. This is the district that is primarily Shao. It used to be built actually at the lowest part of the city. Again, the city sort of built up against this sort of fried rock in the center. And during the spell plague, however, massive earthquakes shifted the ground to move the Shao district here up really high, actually. So it sort of stands atop or over the rest of the city. Sky District is mainly in Shao style. You can sort of imagine a sort of a vaguely Eastern situation. Lots of paper lanterns and slanted roofs and such. A lot of material goods you don't see generally in this area. That is silks, for example. It is porcelain and other such things that really make this city very wealthy, or could make it very wealthy if it actually cared to export any of that stuff, which it mostly doesn't, because it doesn't value what can be bought for the money that other people. A very significant or very beautiful sight here from the Sky District is the Dragon Bridge, a very long bridge that basically starts at the top of the Sky District and runs straight down to the Red Harbor. It is long, and each part of it is shapen like it's shapen like a long dragon, Chinese style long dragon, um, allowing you to transport yourselves from the harbor and up. The harbor here is the new harbor. The water changed in the lake that was once here, and so it has been widened and dug into what is basically a series of canals connecting it to the Lake of the Long Arm, nearby Nathan's border, allowing them to sail out and fish and collect things, and, well, every now and then send a diplomatic ship or a trade ship or something somewhere else.
This is the Lake of the Long Arm, right?
Oh, just a second, different map. Yes,
Okay.
Lake of the Long Arm.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. So basically, there's like a dry lake bed here, and then they've connected it to get that harbor there. It's not a big harbor. It could be, perhaps, but it would need to actually have a real sort of greater purpose. Then there's the foreign quarter, which is the lowest place in the city, sort of the outer bit, in the front towards the road. And here, people who are generally not of Shao heritage are allowed to purchase property. The city has been here for a very long time, and as not many more Shao people have come, the population has become quite diluted over time. People are ethnically sort of a mixed group, primarily. And beyond that, of course, the city wasn't originally populated. That said, they generally don't allow newcomers, as it were, not of ethnicity, just you're not culturally from here, to purchase property in the Sky District. You get to be in the foreign quarter, which is actually a delightful sort of fusion of many different things. Also, where you find a lot of these magical cats running around, elusive as always. Some of them, a little bigger than you want a cat to be, and somehow smarter than most people. Beyond that, it is also where there are various buildings for meetings and what diplomacy constructions are here, though there's not really official ties to a lot of places, are also found within this part of the city. Then there's the.
No, go on. Sorry, I thought you were done. Go on.
There is also another major part of the city, and the one that this shadow seems to be the strongest over. Currently, it is simply a place of eternal night. The night hasn't really spread far enough, like the the skies are dark and light sources seem dim in this region, but it hasn't become the eternal night that sort of Symbia suffers yet, except over this place. It is what is known as the City of the Dead. Here, massive amounts of hills and plains, which suffered quite heavily as well in the earthquakes, making it sort of riddled with little canyons and rifts, host the many dead generations of this city. It has become sort of labyrinthine, but generally well taken care of, or at least it was before the shadow laid upon it, not allowing any of the humans who live here to really see anything that happens in it. Yeah. As you look around, you would see lots of colorful banners. Colors are very much a lot of silk in different colors, and a lot of paper lanterns and street foods and such. It is certainly a lively city for all that, containing the entirety of its culture, pretty much here. There's theaters, there's song houses, there's poetry clubs, tea houses, any such cultural things you could. As a guest, though uninvited, it's actually a delightful place. You can imagine if they allowed tourists to visit, it would be quite a popular little place. At least it was before everything got strangely creepy. Now, some places have muted colors, and the people are still quite unsure as to what is to happen. Um, I'll not ask you, Grimith. Oh, did you have a question first, actually?
Right. I imagine, like, these people have been so isolated given their cultural heritage and what happened to them in the time long ago. And then, until quite recently, we're hammered into that everything is perfectly fine and there's nothing to worry about. And now, like, physically, there's no escaping that something has changed, as the city has now been occupied by, uh, drow riding giant spiders and druids of Malar and lycanthropes.
Mhm.
How is that altered this? Is it just sort of like now the city's in limbo? Have the population like what the hell's happening and what's going to happen?
Limbo is a pretty good word for it, though it does seem like the city's sort of natural calm and harmony was shattered a little while ago. Probably when these shadow monks took over from the previous. There's still Wemmicks and such around, people with feline features of various sorts, descendants of were tigers walk the streets. You don't find a lot of silver,
Good.
but the mood in the city is certainly a bit dim. People don't talk heavily, but given that the looting and sort of pillaging and burning hasn't happened that they might have feared should barbarian sort of enemies overtake them, nobody wants to be the one to provoke them. Beyond that, they are certainly looking to their other leaders for guidance and advice. There are still officials within the city who were not part of the previous.
Right. I recall you making mention last session briefly of the court faction.
Yeah, residing in various parts of the city. So mostly things are going. I mean, there are people. I mean, it's martial law essentially, and they don't really know what that law is. People do speak common, but not as well as in pretty much every other place on Dragon Coast. You're very used to sort of well, the whole reason that common, the trade language, is so used, right? Of course, people also have their. I don't even remember what we speak in
Yeah.
Comir, Demarian or something like
Yeah.
that.
They're
But
regional like
yeah,
lingos.
yeah. Uh, but this one would be very different, right? And so people are not super good at speaking the languages. It is certainly like school common, if that makes any sense. You
Sure.
know, and it's sort of been neglected for most people because why would they ever need to know that? People in the southern city of Assam, that's where all the trade goes through. That's where they need to know that. Then they trade it to the capital. That said, of course, the many sort of magical creatures do know it. Notably, there's no Fae in this city. They were banished when the whole Winter Fae attack happened. They were really not trusted. There used to be a bunch of them, but they're all gone. Yeah. Um, Yeah, so the it is muted certainly. How would Emisore? So the fighting obviously happened around the city walls. There was like strikings and forces and such. The city didn't seem to actually have a military necessarily large enough to really defend their walls. I mean, they had it, but the city has been sprawling, and clearly it has like defenses haven't been a huge part of its policy for a long time. They've been in a remote place
Right.
um, f- for anyone to be around, really. Um, but after the conquest, what has been the what has she been doing?
Uh, so the palace is still like those three sphinxes like are still like around that in that orbit, right? They haven't like
Yes,
fled. Okay,
it is the court. Yeah.
all right. And Missouri Legionnaire
Yeah.
probably avoids the palace. She thinks she can handle one sphinx, but she like her relationship with these people and the creatures protecting them is not strong, and so she doesn't want to get trapped in a riddle game. That would be awkward. And three sphinxes, that those riddles might be terrible.
Like
Uh,
riddles at the same time. Yeah.
yeah, like three really. She can't do that. It's not a tenet of Balar. I
Yeah.
think most of her focus is in examining the city, just with the curiosity of I've never been here, and the stories I've heard about this place. Uh, just don't quite match because of how isolationist is. And so there's a lot of time of the Green Dragon like traveling across like the various like neighborhoods to scrutinize goods and to scrutinize people. And I would like to pretend that it's a comforting way, and maybe it is as far as she's concerned, but she's a Green Dragon and she's an outsider, and there's no possible way that she could comfort anyone unless she were comforted by a dragon. Uh, I think the her like forces, however, as well as her time, primarily focus around the Shadow District. Given that it's the ink stain is spreading there, because that is her grave concern coming to this capital city, and it is going to be where she spends most of her focus and time.
Mhm. What is her command to her forces? Is there any like how are they to treat people?
Um, as far as Imuzure Leadersphere considers it and how she intends to market this, she is the only. She is stopping Malar from destroying this city.
Oh,
And that's going to be what it is, because she doesn't care about their culture, she doesn't care about their heritage. Really, she doesn't want to be here longer than she has to be. And with the Emerald Enclave right behind her, and I've spent the week thinking about like what she might be willing to do or spend or spare, what she might be willing to like leave alone. She wants to keep the city intact because of the Emerald Enclave behind her, and only that. So, to
mhm.
that end, the rules of her troops are probably going to be more lax than the shadow rulership that's had over the city. People are going to be free to come and go as they please throughout the districts. There's not going to be any bullying or looting, but if you do provoke any of the forces of Malar, that's basically on you. Um, there's going to be two exceptions to that. Anyone that's in service of Shar um, is likely to be executed on the spot. If they have something of great value or knowledge or someone else higher up to betray, they might be given some very leniencies, maybe just exiled. And anyone with a spell scar is going to be killed on sight, unless they are somehow so dearly important that Emisure Leader might be able to make use out of them. But that would be up to an individual like Druid or like Lycanthrope in service of Malar. Beyond that,
Yeah.
though, the other like individual people, just let them go about their lives, unless they start trying to cause trouble with the troops here.
The Druids of Malar certainly are not nice people.
Yeah, like
They
they don't have to be courteous; they just have to not break and loot shit right now.
yeah. I mean, it's not the thing is they don't really care about people's stuff either.
Yeah,
For the most part, they will want to just push people around, trying to. I mean, ideally, make them. In a way, it's their way of proselytizing, right?
hmm
Separate people from the group and sort of force them to deal with shit on their own.
there's a lot of weakness here.
Yeah, a lot of useless. That said, there's also a plague sort of beginning to spread in some of the foreign quarter.
Yeah. The Green Dragon's hoping to rope the Emerald Enclave more into that, but she needs time for that.
Mhm. It is an unfortunate thing.
Yeah. Terrible how these
So,
things happen.
yeah, just impossible to foresee.
That's what happens when people are just crammed together without any care given to them.
Mm, mm. Yeah, the City of the Dead is where you'll spend your time. There's not anyone really coming and going. Um, the place is obviously cool, given that there's no sunlight that sort of pierces it. But it is visible sort of for most of the city, though it is somewhat remote, making it sort of a black spot on the horizon from pretty much anywhere. Will she go into the darkness? I mean, she can see in the dark, right?
She will, and I think as an adjustment, the people of Nathland were forbidden from coming here to see what was happening. She will remove that restriction.
All right, they're welcome.
As welcome as you can be into the darkness, right?
Most people wouldn't want to go.
Yeah, when the dragon says, come in, you look.
Scary darkness. Though some of the druids might pick someone and be like, "You should go investigate.
Yeah, there you
See
go.
what you can find." Yeah, going in there, she finds it just quiet and empty and sort of, I mean, as desolate as a graveyard full of clay tablets can be. Um, there isn't much here. Of course, no shadows are really visible, given that it's all shadow.
Hmm.
And it's also, I mean, maybe it's the dark vision, right? But even without it, everything would pretty much be in grayscale. Of course, you see no color with dark vision, but maybe she can like feel it almost on her scales, like a maddening sort of life and color draining effect. Really
Just
rather
polish
depressive.
them.
Really rather depressive, this whole place. That said, it is clear that there is a center to it. What seems to be a small, like circular almost clay building, with a door inside, probably like a what counts for a tomb here or something like that. It is open. The doorway is somewhat broken. Um, that probably happened somewhere in the fighting, and a couple of entirely withered corpses of some of her minions, probably the drow are the ones who would have entered the darkness,
Hmm.
have been like unceremoniously chucked outside. Their faces matched with complete. Actually, they didn't seem to mind at all what happened to them. They're feeling okay about it at the time.
Hmm.
Inside, though, it's pretty obvious that the floor, where at one point a secret like path has now been ripped up and been made not secret, showing into a rather spacious bit of tunnel into the earth. A faint smell of like incense seemed to mask a stronger scent of slight decay.
I don't think she'd hesitate. This is the sort of thing that she came here to investigate. She has to have something to throw at the Emerald Enclave to stop them from dragging their feet.
Right.
Now, if like Shadow Sphinxes come up and start asking riddles, I think she'll change her mind. That would suck.
Well,
The
copy
riddle
your
is,
token.
what color is this? And everything is gray. It's like,
Yeah.
Actually, I should cover. I should take your token
Yeah, I would just be throwing it into the
since you
blackness.
can't put it in the darkness. Yeah. Which one is just the Dragon Coast one, right?
Yeah.
Good.
I don't think there's one on the Serpent Valley. We talked about that last week.
Yeah.
Could just be
Well, I'll
that.
make sure it's the most up to date one.
Sure.
Player forced to correct.
I see it.
You've dropped down the hatch here, basically.
Okay.
The walls are made sort of a darkly colored marble, probably the same marble that is in the underground here, just colored, similar to the floor, though the floor has been less worked
Mm,
on. It seems fairly dirty, actually.
okay.
Quite clear that fighting has happened in this.
Fighting's happened even down here?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Green Dragon isn't scared. He's fought an aboleth. Just like strides and just being like a green dragon. She like sees that there's a corner there and just like the serpent head just like cranes around and looks.
And what does she see?
It's a sphinx! No! She runs.
You must immediately answer my riddles 3.
No!
Grimith used the call.
I don't hear anything.
That's right.
I'm deaf.
I deafen
don't hear-
myself and I use my action point to smash my own ears.
I mean, we had once with a campaign that had a mad god of riddles, but
Could you kill it?
no. Well, talk for a different time.
Okay. I was gonna say.
What is seen at the far end of the room? That well, I guess first I have to reveal the room, don't I? Is a door that has been smashed. It looks to be stone, probably old and probably sort of ceremonial in nature. Probably the attacking forces saw it and were like, "Hell no, you're not stopping us." As they broke through.
Okay.
Showing through. How long is your dark vision actually?
Uh,
60.
I'm looking at you and just sort of
How
shrugging,
does
like
that even work in this game?
I don't think
Whatever.
that has a range. Just like low
it's
light
far
vision
enough.
doesn't have a range.
You look into a larger room that seems to be sort of almost a ceremonial room. It's not depicted here, but you can imagine there's some sort of like what do you call that? You know what do you when you walk in the snow you leave footprints? Yes, black footprints have been put down upon the ground in various different sort of conformations.
Hmm.
From what you know and what you maybe expect, this could be likely a ceremonial training location for the monks that are likely to be here. At the end of the room, however, is something large, a wall here that is capped off with a massive sort of fresco sitting there, from which you can feel quite a strange. Well, let me just see here. Well, probably like a cold and the darkness emit.
Hmm.
Currently, it is simply standing there. Again, I should say this is all like dim, well, darkness really.
All right.
Uh, you know.
Never mind the lights on the token, right?
Yeah, those should not be turned on right now.
Okay. Got her eye on the shrine.
Yeah.
Being there.
Could you give me like an Arcana check?
Sure, I'll give you an Arcana check, God. I can do
Get
that.
some information about it.
You got it, buddy. 24.
All right. Magical in nature. Pretty. I mean, given its current location and what's happening here, you also believe that this is what's making actually the shadow happen. The figures on the fresco, the basically it shows Saloon and Shar. Shar being the obviously dominant one, the Saloon being cowed, are sort of flickering and moving slightly, as if enacting that reality upon this area, as if proclaiming the victory of darkness over light.
Okay.
They sort of flicker and move as if shadows dance within, as it continues. Looking at it, it's clearly been powered up somehow. Probably, I mean, well, I think with that roll, you're not sure exactly what would have powered.
Right.
Given that people were brought in here, seemingly, and then came out all weird. You don't know if that's an effect or if that's a necessity.
Sure.
Maybe both.
Green Dragon will shuffle to take a closer look. There might be someone else who's hiding in here too, like hiding by the shrine. So, I think she's gonna rotate around the corner and head to have a closer look at the room.
Is she trying to be stealthy?
No, she's a green dragon. She's not afraid of anything in here.
All right. Yeah. As she comes closer, there is the things around. In the corners of the room are sort of almost. It's almost like it's the darkest areas, even though it's all dark. There are what seems to almost. I'm using too many almosts. What is the broken pieces of people, not physical people, but shadows, sort of metaphysical remains of them, as if their personalities, their self was killed in here, left the body to wander around. These things stuck around, lying as sitting or sort of writhing as wraiths in the corners of the rooms. Beyond that, there is certainly a presence behind this shrine, perhaps remain waiting to come out through it. Something powerful. It has a sense of. I wouldn't say dread because I don't think that really qualifies as a dragon. You wouldn't really feel afraid of anything. But you are a predator and you can sense another one.
Okay.
Beyond that, the air is deathly still.
Hmm.
They're certainly not, she's a green dragon, she's a predator. This clearly is a place where they're not, they're expecting people to show up.
I think Missouri leaders here, like, bobs her head, like, staring at the room, at the shrine. And given, like, her set of knowledge and skills, she figures that this one is for someone else. In her typical, like, if I don't have to do something, I won't fashion, I think she's willing to pawn this one off to a more powerful, like, entity. Or someone who might be more interested in this sort of thing. I think, with that in mind, it's like, because here's what she's thinking, like, what? Is she gonna fucking, like, attack a shrine? Like, you kidding me? That's a greater deity. Like, she's a green dragon, but maybe not just strike the thing. I think she'll slowly, like, begin backing up from here.
All right.
It's like creeping back. I mean, she's not being stealthy about it, but she's backpedaling.
Yeah, yeah. The quiet of the room just remains as if awaiting more. Um, whatever. I mean, there's also a side path this way, right? But whatever things I hear, it's at least from this clear that they're not acting right now. They're anticipating and awaiting. Their forces have been defeated. This is somewhat of a sanctum to protect, but perhaps they anticipate getting relieved soon enough.
Yeah. Yeah. If Missouri leaders here were a different dragon, she might rush in to figure out the truth, but she's not. Low effort dragon.
Yeah. Take an essence for it. I mean, really no effort wasted. Oh,
Sure.
we should
Like,
vote more. So.
this seems like some people would really care about it that are not me.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. Like, there is an epic tier person somewhere who cares deeply about this.
It's like, you know what? Someone from the council will surely care enough about this. Like,
Yeah.
this.
Write that down. Put that in my compulsion log, because I keep track of all the points. And the compulsion log for later. And that takes me up to 4. Okay. Yeah, I think with that in mind as well, I think her focus when she returns to the surface is she's going to seal this building off. She doesn't want it... Like, she's okay with, like, normal folks or even her minions, like, coming in and out of this region, but this building specifically, and what's down here, No. This is for someone more powerful than her, which is none of her minions. If they
I
were,
mean,
then
there's lots of clay around. If she wants to just bury
yeah.
it in rubble, it's
I
certainly no.
yeah. She's gonna bury the clay building. We'll have to talk about that later.
One of one of her minions. I mean, who do you think would be? I mean, would it be the were rats that are sort of most capable of finding her and approaching her generally? Which of her minions would be around? I guess you ask. Is Novacree here?
I don't think she knows where Nova Kree is.
All right,
If
he's
he
out
hasn't
doing the
returned
thing.
yet, like she's like, "Ugh."
Like this, I hate these mountains. I've been here for
Nope.
years.
Yep.
I built my tower. I go home.
She thinks about him every now and then, but she can't be asked like send someone to find him.
he sits up there like, oh man, she was real mad. Like, I guess they have to wait for her to,
Yeah.
maybe she's forgotten now. And he's like, yeah, I don't know if
Well,
I
if
want
he
to take
comes
a
home
chance.
and then the Thayans advance their clock, so to speak, then he's in trouble, and he doesn't
Yeah.
want.
Yeah, this could have all been taken care of had there been different priorities with the Red Dragon, but they weren't, and Nova Kree had to be punished anyway. So here we are.
Now he walks around in tombs, like
Yeah.
dusting off.
I don't know. Perhaps one of the Drow would be most comfortable of approaching in this area, but it could very well be a Were-Rat or Druid.
Yeah. It would have been a bit after sort of the initial invasion, right? I assume we're like a couple days later,
Sure.
sort of thing. One of them will approach the dragon.
Green Dragon looks
suppose-
expectantly.
They're not incredibly formal given the situation.
Yeah,
Say,
just so long as they show deference to the Predator, it's okay.
yeah. As long as they don't relax.
That's what's important. It's not what they say;
Mm.
it's how they behave.
Yeah. He'll look. They don't bow then because they don't want to take their eyes off her.
Hmm.
But yeah, he'll say, "My lady." Is that still appropriate? My dragon, my
Sure. If
my lady.
he doesn't care that much.
I mean, they're drow, so they're probably used to that from their own
Of course.
side. But it's nothing new. We have encountered one of the druids challenged a member of the local aristocracy of some sort, and the person has succeeded. In return, well, they won some respect and has requested that they meet you for a conversation. They call themselves and he sort of hesitates for a moment, says, the Dragon Guard. Not sure if the dragon will like that name or dislike that name.
I mean, Zuri leaves her like tilts her head in curiosity. It does not immediately lash out in anger and go, "Wow, that's what a great name." Zuri leaves her says, "Very well. Do you have a location where this Dragon Guard is?"
During the invasion, they protected the Dragon Bridge. However, they fell back to a place I have now learned. And he sort of frowns slightly. He's like, he came here quickly. It was not, he doesn't know the actual names of these buildings. It's the House of Dragons, maybe the Jade. He shakes his head.
Zuri leaves her says, "Very well. I will handle this directly." Then she lifts up from the ground and begins. Yeah, the fucking bridge itself, it's a good enough landmark. She figures she can find her way to this dumb city from there. To a House of Dragons. It's the very
Yeah.
idea.
Well, the obvious one would be the one that has a sort of a green jade dragon on top of its roof. It's a rather big building in the Sky District. Looks like a municipal building, really. It's sort of fairly tall, fairly wide, lots of windows, robust roof. Has like some steps up to the door. Has like another couple dragon statues outside. Has a banner with a green dragon on it. Though the green dragon is particularly slender and sort of long shaped. Maybe sort of emerald color, really, but
Sure.
I mean, it's a fortunate situation.
All
Well,
these
it's
fine
considered.
decorations involving green dragons that this capital city is just kept here. Like,
It seems that that jade is in high regard.
you know,
As a material.
Emmy's early leaders here could also hold Jade in high regard. She says, like, looking around at all my depictions, I might be able to do something with this.
It's gonna be her house.
Remarkably,
Yep.
all the ones on the palace up above, they are all about lions and
Yeah.
like.
On the pride.
But the ones in the Sky District are particularly fond of their dragon motifs.
Yeah, okay. She like rubs like her face like thoughtfully, like, okay, yeah, Dragon Bridge, House of Dragons, look at all the dragons. If I just she like looks up at the palace, like, I don't need that. Like looks out here like, if I gotta stay here in the city, I might as well just stay here. Like, yeah, that sounds great. She like nods emphatically to herself. Just like lost in like dragon greed right now.
Now she only needs that tapestry, and it's perfect.
She already has the tapestry, it's okay. She'd have to get someone to bring that to her though, and that's probably not happening.
I mean, not here.
Yeah,
She
imagine
brings
if that's your
magic
task, is
all
like a druid who can like fly, like go to her, go back to the Grand Temple and fetch her tapestry.
over. No, this like
Rave
at
it over
best.
her sleeps.
At best, you bring it in good condition, and that's nice. Or if anything happens to it, you were fine.
God, what a punishment assignment that would be! Like, oh no.
You cannot do it right. It's like, yes, you did the thing, thank you. Or it's like, oh my god, there's a flick of dust on this,
Yeah.
on my treasure.
Yeah, I don't think she goes out immediately. I think given like Dragon Greed just kind of like sweeps over her and she just like eyes like all of these depictions of dragons and she thinks to herself like, you know, I haven't taken anything from here and this was very costly for me. It's really eating into my time, like, and I don't. Yeah, I know that they're all me, and I do appreciate fine art, and
Slender dragon.
it should be my yeah. She like looks down at her body and like nods emphatically.
Yeah.
About like a good 15 minutes before she shakes herself out of this. Because dragons operate in their own time.
Ranking them like that one, this one. It's like-
Yeah, this part of the city, the Sky District, is also very nice and clean. It seems the people here have also not, like, clearly not resisted, right, the entrance of the Malorite druids, but you know, it's more orderly. There's probably Malorites around, like, sort of glowering at the situation. They don't like this. It's
Right.
dumb.
It'd be easier to just delete the city, but
Yeah,
the dragon says no.
Dragon says no, so it's a no.
But it could be a yes. She didn't say no forever. I think once she finally shakes her like head out of like right, more important things right now, looting later. I think she'll shuffle over to this dumb house. It's not so dumb. Look at it, it's pretty. And she'll see if she can, if the great Imizure Lidrithir, Slayer of Ophisterlik, Slayer of Hezephe, and Aboleth Killer, can find who the hell impressed one of her druids.
It is fairly easy because it's the person with a bloody pike,
Okay.
probably, having done it. A woman of probably mid-40s, wearing a suit of armor in red, green, and gold trimming. In the building, it's clear there are other members of people wearing similar armor, but without the gold sort of coloring on it as well, signifying probably some sort of rank within some sort of military faction. What does the dragon really care about?
Exactly.
She's on the steps, and that's where the little bit of blood has been sort of splattered on the ground. It seems like there's no body, but someone was clearly told not to push too much, or they get the pike.
Yeah.
Seeing the dragon, she grits her teeth in sort of a, this could be really bad,
Like, oh shit.
but it doesn't mean that she steps away from the building steps. Instead, more bracing herself for the potential impact of a dragon while at the same time not like trying not to show confrontational. Like usually humans react either with fear or sort of fight or flight to Imizuri's presence, but this lady's sort of trying to do neither and remain in active stance, but non-threatening or neutral. Probably to not insult the dragon that she knows nothing about.
The
Probably
green,
clear that she does not believe she would be a match for the dragon in any way, shape, or form.
the green dragon stops at the stairs, out of range of the pike, as cute as it is. She says, "I am Imizure Lidrathir, slayer of Ophisterlix, slayer of Hezefe, whom I believe those in Naflan are familiar with even after all these years, killer of aberrants and aboleths. You have attracted my attention, and I, servant of Malar, am ever so curious why you would do so."
And say, I am Shu Chang, captain of the Dragon Guard. Should give us. This is Jade Hall, and I am its protector. My lady has requested a meeting with you, and I saw this opportunity as a chance to get that. Her voice is much more accented than I'm doing.
Of course, I can
It's
imagine.
fairly understandable. Probably even, she might even have tried Draconic, a different dialect, but that would be the preferred sort of
Okay,
method of communications here.
sure. Mizar Leaders here says, "Very well then. Your actions have bought your lady my time. She is inside? Past you?"
She will say, she is awaiting my signal, and she will tap the bottom of the pike a couple times on the stone, which will lead sort of the green doors. Looks like they're bronze that have been allowed to oxidize. So it's sort of gotten that green coloring. As a woman wearing a long green and gold dress with sort of a flower motif upon it, very elaborate silk, most likely, will come out of the building to see the dragon. She has a steely-eyed gaze, though it's clearly younger than the first woman, and she's more visibly intimidated, or perhaps just less used to hiding it than the other one. That said, she's not young by any means. She's certainly of her, probably about 30.
Okay.
As far as the dragon can tell, anyway.
Right, they're all so young anyway, right? Unless they're
Yeah,
like elves or dwarves or something.
Yeah. Yeah, as she comes out. These people notably are also, many of the strong fighters and such in the fight had features of like, a third descendant of a were tiger or something. They still have some boons. These two don't at all have any of that. They're just human. She comes out, and compared to the first one, she does give a deep bow. Quite clearly, she's not used to how Imizuri likes to do things. How could she be?
Exactly. How could these isolated people be?
As she will look up and say, "Welcome to Jade Hall. I am Chunwan, the current lady and main statesman of our esteemed party." That's another bow.
The green dragon, like, looks around as if, like, pointedly, like, looking for an esteemed party. For, looking at Junwan and says, "I am Imizure Lidrathir, slayer of Ophisterlix, slayer of Hezefe, and I am curious about this Jade Hall as well as why your servant has bought my time."
She nods and says, "Your arrival, of course, is not what most here would call a fortuitous event. We, however, disagree." She sort of looks to Xu Chang as if almost like she's comforted that her captain here is still here, um, gaining some bit of confidence from the presence of the other woman, as she says as she continues. "We have long disagreed, with how things were run in this city. And though we did not have ideas for a better system, we know that there are creatures out there far more intelligent and far greater than us. She'll look to Missouri. We wish to offer our aid in whatever way we can with managing this city and ideally with planning its future. You have you and yours have taken it, and many of them do not like this place. I would offer to help manage it so that they might not have to stay within the walls. Our party does have its own guard that did not participate in the fight. There was no reason for us to protect the corrupted creatures, and they kept us safe during their attempts at purging us. More so, we hope to be useful to you, as we have in the past sought dragons of these lands and attempted to communicate, though our attempts have sadly failed.
Missouri leader there squints at the two humans. Then, perhaps horrifyingly, like her teeth flash, perhaps with the equivalent of a smile, but, I mean, dragons, right? Like, I think she'll, like, extend, like, a claw towards, like, the Jade Hall and put it down and says, "Let us speak inside them about these visions you have for this city."
Shanwan will just bow again and turn to walk inside.
Yeah.
They'll go inside.
Yeah. Green Dragon shuffles after and, like, looks at, like, the spot of blood and basically, in, like, a tut-tut, like, walks further in.
The inside is still with the green, red, and gold theme. Most things are made of marble of these colors, and beyond that, it has lots of, silk awnings and such in these colors, almost embroidered. Some of them having sort of, you can imagine a room where at the top of close to the ceiling, right? There's tapestries hanging all the way around, showing various legends of big things dragons have done. Essentially,
Ooh.
it is not legends that she would know, nor are they dragons that look like her. They're clearly sort of Shao dragons,
Right.
long dragons as they are. But still, she can understand the sentiments of the dragons came from the heavens, and they brought with them great knowledge and wisdom, far greater than anything that any mortal could ever have. Dragons are just smarter, just more wise. And so the systems and societies that they dream up are far greater. And you can sort of see that the dragons, use their great intellect to solve all of the problems of humans. And in return, the humans revere the dragons and sort of give them offerings and praise them.
I think Missouri leader is torn between, like, this is too good to be true, and, I'm glad there are reasonable people in this stupid city.
Finally, humans are completely out of their minds. Like, these people actually get it. How delightful. But also,
Yeah. And I think there's that conflict in her along with, oh, these look really pretty. And she, like, starts, like, imagining, like, having them all.
Yeah, the dragons depicted, though, have many different colors.
Yeah.
Metallics, particularly, also.
yeah, I mean, future.
Yeah. But it's, it's great art that she never made.
It is beautiful art.
Exactly.
Absolutely beautiful. It also looks old and probably also both culturally and just generally very valuable.
Yes, imagine this. Like, no one's seen this kind of stuff come out of this city because they never share it with anyone.
They don't. Sky District is off limit.
Oh.
Why that's what the Dragon Guard does. They just keep other people from going in here. Which seems like a not glorified position to most, but I mean here it is a hugely important position to sort of
Just get to keep the horde all to themselves.
Hmm.
Oh.
They even hoard culture.
Ah.
God.
God.
Much like dragons. They really...
Yeah, they're really trying, as much as humans can. They're trying.
Inside it is nice and cool. Um, and I think they will sort of, Shunwen here will look to Emizure and sort of just say like, I apologize, we are not better prepared for your arrival. We do not have the incenses, nor the rites or the oils that your kind prefer. Your arrival was a surprise to us, as I think to most of the city.
Yeah. I mean, Israel Leader uh, you know, admiring all the art, will just say offhandedly, I can forgive this. Without, like,
Well,
really caring that much, but...
she can see various statesmen and such people, basically dressed like Chunwen, except less fancy. These green embroidered robes, walking around with stacks of books and papers, and it seems that they mostly handle like all the taxes and passports, whatever that city people need done. Who knows? But they seem busy for the most part as they sort of bringing everything around. Though they certainly clear out of the room. The room has large sort of flat pillars to sit upon, where you can sit upon the ground. It has a large fire pit in the center, probably for cooking or some such, though there's nothing on there at the moment. Um, I don't think, I'm thinking when they enter this room, if they would begin dragging more pillows for the dragon to sit on, but I think that would seem undignified. And so they would instead go and sit upon their own two pillows at the
Mm.
edge of the hall, giving the dragons a plenty of space to choose where to.
Yeah, the dragon can handle, like, appropriating with her long limbs, like pillows that she finds suitable, which to lay.
Mhm.
Reducing her height a bit to look at these humans. A bit.
Well, sit down and look to each other shortly, probably thinking something like along the lines of, "This is it." Right? This is
Right.
the
We have to do it now.
yeah. There's no redoing this conversation.
The Green Dragon enjoys this. This is great.
Uh, Shucheng, the guard, puts a hand on Chunwan's shoulder, uh, and gives her just sort of a confident nod. Yeah, it's quite clear this is trying times they've been going through. Yes, Chunwan says, first, perhaps I should offer to tell you of how we believe we can be of use to you. Our city has great culture. It has great wealth. Our food is, and she sort of hesitates a bit and says, better than what they have elsewhere. As well as that, this place has been constructed so that it has a lair at the center, a large room where one such as you could receive guests and answer them, to hold court for the city. If you wish to stay, we would request that you would do so in our prepared rooms. Having one such as you in this place would give us great legitimacy to rule over our people. We understand, however, from your servants that you are not one to love these things, that you disdain what we have mostly, and that you appreciate the wild. With that, we can give you little except to offer you some of what we have, perhaps as a yearly tribute in some fashion. We would ensure that this is paid, of course, in whichever way that you find the most delightful. In return, we ask only that you aid us in securing the city, perhaps that your forces support us for a time until we are able to really take a grasp on things. We attempted to resist the previous government, and that cost us somewhat dearly. In that regard, if that is what we wish to do, we would ask to claim responsibility for your intervention. Most of the people here would listen to us as to what happened. It is not outside our area of expertise, at least to their minds, to claim that we had called you and offered you some sort of deal in return for your assistance in ridding the city of this shadow and perhaps the plague that follows them. would as well aid us in granting us legitimacy, further allowing us to fulfill our obligations to you, whatever way we decide they should be. He sort of swallows, trying to lay out the deal in the best possible light.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond that, our city has much information and knowledge, often sought by outsiders. Few those that are allowed to stay here are, but when they are allowed, it is because they please us. As such, if there's anything of our city you would appreciate more than other things, we can ensure that you are granted that, whether it be food, entertainment, or knowledge in general of our people, our land, or our culture.
Green Dragon breathes in, exhales, idly like toys with like a pillow with like her claws. She operates on dragon type.
Mhm.
And yeah, she's perfectly good with like making them just sort of squirm, or however
Yeah.
they might react as the dragon thinks.
They politely wait, giving the dragon all the time in the world. No one wants to rush this.
Hmm. I think the dragon will. She says, I think that like a few minutes will pass and the dragon will just say like offhandedly, ah, if only I had something to eat.
I think the guard here, the captain, will immediately stand and bounce. Your wish is my command.
Oh, oh,
And
good.
then she'll step away while Chunwan sort of gives a slight longing glance. She is less brave without the other person
Yeah,
at her side.
yeah. I
As
think.
Oh
Shu
my
Sheng
Yep,
god.
moves out
yep,
to fetch
yep,
whatever
yep.
food they might
Yeah,
have
I think as
that
Shu
pleases
Chang like
dragons.
steps away, like the green dragon, as like smooth and swift as she is, will just like begin like gliding like the pillows over, and just like shuffle. I don't think if Shu Chang is sitting here, yeah, I think she's gonna like go like this way with like the pillows, get
Her
closer.
eyes follow Emi's, but she sits very, very still. Straight back, sort of in a proper, very sort of courtly or official manner, sitting
Hmm,
here, following the dragon, quite clearly nervous, but sort of just holding to that rigid posture.
yeah. But I think like the green dragon like extends a claw and like sets it on like the floor between the two of them, and says, "Tell me, what do you know of me?"
Over, Emi's princess. They say that there are two ways: either sudden death and terror, she sort of looks at the dragon, or reasonable acceptance, maybe even protection. You wield mystical powers, and your place is a wonder to behold. Though we have few visitors who've been there, they say it rivals ours. Perhaps, and this seems to be a conclusion of her own, she's adding, you enjoy art, things of beauty.
I will do you a service now. I will tell you of me directly, instead of through visitors or my minions, so that you will know. I am here for two reasons. The primary reason is the stain of shadow that has spread. It has sickened the Gulfmere, a forest I call my home, and it's spreading north. In the lands of Symbia and Cormir are a threat to nature. They are a threat to what I consider of value. It is not something I will tolerate. And so I am here, in effect, to destroy that, what it takes. The secondary reason is that the nation of Nathland has insulted me in the past through its servants, through agents of Nobanyan, posing a threat. I have resolved them on multiple occasions, she says, like, wistfully. And given Nobanyan's current weakness, I thought it good to prove that Nobanyan is no longer in control of the situation. Though I think Shar has done that for me. Your city, long term, your people, really, are not a primary concern for me. Malar would have it that civilization be destroyed and your weaknesses be disregarded. And she snorts, like, considering how insignificant this fighting was up to this point, there is some value to that. I do not have those same attitudes. But I do not wish to rule your people. It would bore me. I have other interests and pursuits. As such, currently, I intend to stay here for only so long as it takes for the shadow to be resolved. When that is done, the fate of your people, I have not yet decided. Currently, I am hearing an argument to ensure their protection and comfort in civilization, which is an option. I would have concerns about whether other problems would crop up here that would force me to return, because I do hate repeating things I've already done. If I didn't have to come back, and if Nathlek and your people could just remain together and not spreading sickening shadow across my forest, then there exists a reality where I might be willing to permit your continued existence. Provided that, she sort of, like, leans in and says, you wouldn't happen to be spell-scarred, would you?
She frowns as if unfamiliar with that turn of phrase.
She says, blue flame that came from the spell plague mars the skins of weak creatures to this day. I destroy that. I have fought that throughout my life. And if any of your people are so afflicted by the blue flame, I would have to resolve that. Including you.
She says, you will find no such people here. When the earth shook, this district rose to the sky. Blue flame came. But Nobanyan appeared upon Pride Rock. His roar echoed across the land. It is said by the Wemmicks of the steppe that he appeared for them too. All the flame that came, he stopped it. Nothing made it down here. Nothing was destroyed.
Miserly Drathyr, like,
except, I suppose, himself.
Yeah. Taps her claw on the floor a few times and says, yes. Yes, his avatar prowls within the forest, near this border with your people, comprised entirely of blue flame, so sickening that the head of the Emerald Enclave has barred anyone from worshipping Nobanyan.
Yes. From the longest time, they have been in power, the Cat Lords. But after the work of Malar, after the Hunter's attack, and the wound of, well, the weakening, the Banyan has stopped answering prayers, though we thank him for what he did for the city. He should have, we believe we need something, a leader who can speak.
Of course. Like, like leans in, like eyeing this human and says, "You?"
Yeah, I have been educated in all the factors of government. I have worked here for several years. My family is of importance in the city. I hold political sway, and though I have not been directly responsible for it before, I believe I am in a position where I could, yes.
Why would
Of
I
course, I
permit
will.
you to claim responsibility for my actions?
I apologize if anything I've done or said has been untoward or insulting. She like glances to the door, hoping perhaps soon that food will arrive. I did not mean such a thing.
It's almost like the Green Dragon schemed this. Vizere says, "Yes. Answer the question. Why would I permit this? I understand the benefit it gives you."
If we are given legitimacy by such an action, if people believe that we saved them from the shadow, and we do intend to aid you if you wish to destroy it forever, then we would be more able to keep things stable, to keep our people unified, and to keep the shadow from potentially returning. We too would not wish for such a thing. Not ever.
For how long would this relationship exist between us?
So just until the shadow is destroyed. Once that is done, well, Nobanian is not in a position to challenge us right now. And though the palace exists, they have not moved from their post. They are allowed to keep the Pride Rock. We have no need for that. Nor would we stop people from worshipping the Lion Lord, if that is what they desire. But he cannot rule a city when he doesn't really have any power. He has no ability to. We would be the only faction remaining. The shadow is strong, though, supported by powers outside of our city, outside of our control, and certainly unmatched by us. We have no god on our side to grant us the power to destroy the world. We have only the philosophy, the traditions, and our history. Beyond that, our skills in statesmanship and so takes. And of course, as it was offered, tribute could be paid to make sure that you receive something that you find value in.
Hmm. Green Dragon leans back. "Yes, tribute. With that in mind, how long would our relationship last after the shadow is handled?"
If the tribute is sustainable, said Paulsund, it, I would have to talk to the ministers and see how much can be sustainably delivered, but then it could last for a very long time. We are not opposed to empowering your kind, quite the opposite. Though some may. She
And,
sort of says, we believe there are benefits to having you see value in this.
and in exchange, once the shadow is gone, what would you want from me moving forward in exchange for this value?
For sustainable tribute, we would want peace. We have no interest in the forest, in your home, and if you have no interest in this land, then there should be no conflict.
Would you expect me to come to your aid if some other force, like the Blue Dragon Anglispark from the mountains, turned his attention this way instead of Termish?
Shakes your head. No. If you stayed here, if you wish to entertain the other idea, then perhaps, but that is not of your You're not interested in that, at least from what you said before. Thus, no, I would not.
Hmm.
We will have to find a way to defend ourselves, as we have done in the past.
Okay.
Though unsuccessfully recently.
And the green dragon will fall quiet and speed this along so that Aerie can eventually do something sometime today. I think this one appeals to the core of, like, the green dragon's persona, which is the amount of effort that she has to apply least for the most benefit. Like, she could destroy this place, but she doesn't know what exactly would pop back up in the future, and there's, like, the ever-present concern of the Emerald Enclave behind her. Like, she has to play nice with them. Uh, if they're willing to aid the Green Dragon in resolving the shadow, and they do seem like they could have power influence, at least in areas that the Green Dragon doesn't, then she is willing to fully agree to that. It makes the Green Dragon come across as someone who's willing to be flexible and make deals, and not just destroy civilization, which is what someone might expect a dragon that built a temple to Malar, which makes her come across well with those civilization huggers in the Enclave, like Myliki and what have you, that might think that she just wants to destroy civilization. Yeah, that, and she might not be able to talk the Enclave into, like, coming here and, like, watching over the city. This is great, that there's someone here that might be able to do this, and still pay her. Yeah, I think Ami's Leader Theory is completely open to this.
At this point, there will be brought in a bunch of, like, braised ox, most likely. In large of chunks, probably lathered with some sort of fancy sauce to make it extra savory.
Sure.
You know, other places might just deliver her raw food, but these people don't like. That is not how things are done. Whether cook for the dragon.
Yeah.
It'll be placed on big flat sort of boards of
all right.
wood, probably to allow for easy consumption.
Ami's Leader Theory does really enjoy food. All kinds of different preparations that she's never had an opportunity to enjoy before.
We will exchange a couple glances. Just, you know, Xinhuan will give a slight, ever so slight nod.
Like,
Captain moves back to sit down. It's like other people coming with the food, right? The captain does.
Mm-hmm. I think every now and then, because she does enjoy keeping these humans on their toes, she'll, like, pick up something that she finds is really delicious and just, like, lean her claw over and, like, put it down, like, in front of one of them.
Mm.
And, like, go back to eating.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. Conquering a city builds up quite an appetite.
Yeah, I think at that point they would be at first, like, unsure if, you know, if she wants them to eat as well. Try to figure that out, and then probably I think from putting something in their size in front of them would suggest that they should.
Yeah.
They will at that point also partake very, very finely. It's quite clear that they're not used to sort of eating with their hands that way.
Oh, this is beautiful. God, she can make strong people out of these weaklings. Yeah, this is beautiful. Look at them. Oh. Mizure is proud of them. Like, they've grown so far, so fast.
Yeah. Right. Beyond that, they will offer that she can stay in the lair of the Jade Hall, should she desire to stay there while she's here.
You know what? 100% takes them up on that offer. Completely
Perhaps
agrees.
it will make her appreciate what the city has to offer.
Yeah.
And that's basically what they will go with as their plan. They show the dragon that hates civilization that, you know, good things can come from it.
Sure.
Like tapestries and
yeah. You know what?
You know, like silk pillows and
with dragons
and savory food.
Yeah. The Green Dragon didn't have anywhere great to stay. Like, she doesn't have her home with her, and the palace is occupied, and she doesn't want to deal with 3 Sphinx riddles. So, they offered. They have a lot of beautiful things here. They might
Riddle.
regret this choice later, but by all means, she will take them up on the offer that the Green Dragon will stay here.
It is a large pillared hall, basically the titular Jade Hall, lined with at the edge sort of there's a bit of right, can I just draw this? That might be easier to understand if I make a sketch.
Sure.
So you have like the no, that is not the tool I was looking for. That was way too big. You have sort of no, snip to grid. What's this happening?
Why is this happening to me right now?
Give me all my settings got to sort of have this sort of form, right? And down here on the bottom is a large sort of pillow for the dragon, so to speak. There's a couple of like torches for the dragon to have lighting there. Then up here is basically steps either side to a little walkway here with the bookshelves keeping a bunch of important ledgers and such. The hall is high enough that there's a second floor with a balcony coming out, but people can as well admire the dragon, and that has more of these sort of administrative things around it. Putting a pretty center. In front of it, you can sort of imagine, can I do like a different color to show like this is sort of behind, right? It's a 3D painting, 3D drawing now. You'd have this sort of end here with the stair up to where the end of the hall would be, with a door that leads out. And in this sort of turquoise area here, you could then stand and basically there's room for you to bow to the dragon and ask the dragon's requests and so on. The room is richly decorated, again with red, green, and gold colors. It seems that these torches are also used for lighting incense to be brought for the dragon. It seems that they have this idea that some dragons like incense quite a bit.
Yeah. The
So
Green
if
Dragon
you're
is
into
eventually
art-
slightly curious about how, like, they were apologetic about not having the proper, like, oils and whatever for her.
I will
And,
bring it.
oh yeah, the Green Dragon
They'll
is
make it
looking
happen.
forward to whatever this involves.
Yeah. It's basically dragon catnip they use.
Oh
But
god.
yeah, it's maybe hard for the first time.
Oh.
Um,
You know what? I think given this particular dragon's like attitudes and mindsets, I think Chunwen, at least out of this like engagement, like the initial interactions, again, is gonna get everything that she wants. The Green Dragon doesn't care too much and will permit like this faction to claim responsibility to the people that they're the ones that brought in the Green Dragon. The Israeli leadership will stay here and not permit her minions to burn the city or burn this place, though, considering its toughness, it might take them some work if they were going to try to do that anyway.
yeah, I mean, at some point, certainly some things that have not resisted so far might begin, right? But that's the same with Westgate. You can sort of rule the city without,
Yeah.
but purging everything is sort of a
Yeah.
different matter.
Like, the Green Dragon really doesn't want to rule the city long term, and again, like, if just have them be here and they pay me, and I'm okay with it. I look like I'm a nice dragon. The Emerald Enclave will appreciate that. Look at me, my leaky.
She's being like oil.
She's
and,
fed
like,
grapes and
God, yes. Like, I think, like, like, if she were, like, a lesser creature, obviously she'd care more about this whole Malar thing, but she's a dragon. And she and Malar have been useful for each other, but she's never gonna be, like, fully dedicated to that thing. Like, he's stupid. If he were smarter, he wouldn't have failed as much as he did. And so,
you wouldn't need her.
like, clearly the Malorites need a reformation, and that's what she is. She's like Luther Martin or whatever.
What if we were chill sometimes?
And it's like, yeah, she's getting like gently massaged and fed food. Yeah, I think there's a real value to civilization here.
Yeah,
These
there would
chefs,
be
chefs sitting there barbecuing and
there would
like
be
making
offered
foods.
various like, I mean, once they begin, right, they suddenly are hungry to share their culture with something that can appreciate it in a different way. So there's also the offer of like, they will bring in like theater performers and stuff like that
Oh yeah,
for
this is
entertainment and such to show off the legends and the heroic battles and ancient times and great travels and so forth.
absolutely.
The
Various
other
epic
dragons never saw
installations.
Emissary again.
Like,
Oh,
does she care about their culture still? No, but they're doing a lot for her right now, and she appreciates when people make sacrifices for her. That's what she's in for.
beyond that, there are spectators, of course, on the upper floor who come there to, see the dragon. Not sort of in a zoo sense, more like you would go and see a royalty visiting a town.
Oh, yes.
There's a reverence there. It's sort of like they see the dragon. It's a monster. There's no denying that. Most people, they feel the dragon fear strongly as they look at her. But it's sort of a moment of awe, right?
Yeah, you know what? I think
Like knowing this creature could destroy all of it if she wanted to.
yeah, I think she shows off. Yeah, I think that's what she does. I think she, preen for them and show off some of the amazing powers that she has at her disposal. Like how like something like a wall couldn't even stop her because she can phase through those.
Mhm.
How fast she is. Yeah. Yeah. God, they got her dead to rights. Oh,
Yeah.
civilization, they
And
win.
as we cut back from that, we can cut to Vesicatrix in the war camp.
I was just
You know,
gonna say
amongst the wounded marked,
the
like at the
the
eel
thing is
fort,
that
right?
they're actually like they're not trying to lie to her and be like, "Oh, dragons are great," you know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're like kobolds, but
they,
they have so much more to offer than
yeah,
kobolds.
but they're like, "No, yeah, dragons are great. Here, we'll give you our shit." And
Yeah.
like,
What they did is they looked at the intelligence scores of great worms and they were like, how could we ever think of anything better than what it could think of? We should have them decide things. They're super smart.
you know,
Yeah.
And then that happened and they had a super stable society for a long time. Like, all right, seems like a great idea to do. You know,
And Missouri is the one that gets the benefit at the end of that.
most smart things are like horrible demons or devils or aberrations or something. Dragons, if you can make them appreciate a well-functioning society, then they will make great decisions for you.
hmm you just need to give it the like
Right.
daily menu.
Right. If she was like a blue like dragon who like is like militant or care more about this stuff, that'd be one thing. But it turns out this dragon has like a secret weakness for being pampered, and they got her.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, it's probably the best pampering she's ever had, honestly.
It is
I'm
like
trying to think. Like most others have been attempts that are sort of good attempts, but
yeah, like
here it's like these people are good at it, and just their culture is all about it. So,
yeah,
yeah,
like she's had like minions like clean off her scales before, and like tend to like hygienic things for her, but it's not the same. They don't have the same motivation.
no,
Yeah,
it's almost like a ritualistic
Reverence.
reverence. Yeah.
yeah,
Yes. Mm.
yeah. So it's like they're not as like dumb as kobolds. They're not as dumb as the cult of the dragon. God. Yeah, okay, we can make an exception for that. We'll write that in the Book of Malar, an exception for and
That's where
giant.
it lives when everything else is broke.
They
They figured it out.
Yep.
Um, yeah. So we cut to Vesicatrix probably slobbering. Like we see Imizuri like eating some of the finely braised ox, and then we cut to Vesicatrix slobbering down some like raw hackfish or something. You
Eels.
know,
Yes.
as
Yes.
as the as the as the message comes. I mean, this is the same year as the fight has happened, right? So as we can see the mark here, the forces are pretty much expended. The coffers are empty. Like,
Yeah.
they're somehow still happy about it. No sovereignty has been decreased, but
That's right.
they fought there. They fought hard. As the message, I suppose, will come. I suppose it'll come in term of how would it arrive? I guess a druid of probably a druid. Yeah, it's not normally something they would do, but I think at this point, the Malarites just consider the Verdant Eclipse and sort of Emissary's actions to be generally pushing the Malara agenda, really after the whole saving Star Mantle and sort of
You're gonna start knocking our
building a giant
doors.
temple and such.
Have
It's
you heard of our Lord and Savior Lore?
it's like Emissary works in mysterious ways, but generally things have come further towards the goal than she has not. So what are you gonna do? Brought Malar back to the Gulf here. So it's probably one of them that will bring the bring the information. Just because, again, wild shape is incredibly useful for moving over great distances. Probably to her minions, though. They're busy people. Grimith, I don't remember if last time we determined what exactly the message would say.
Yeah, we can sort of retcon that it's going to be like a speech that she gives at Jade Hall, and it's to like decree that Nathlek is under control of Emisere Leaderthier, and like the shadow that is taking over is a blight that will be removed. Shar is not welcome here. Probably specifically for like Resigatrix, there's going to be sort of like an extra like note, basically to say that the Red Wizards of Thay have spent some time here before in Nathlek, and there must be like some documents or things that the Thayans like care about that might pertain to the matters we care about, because she doesn't want to write Yaffle down. God forbid, like this message get intercepted. And so where Cicatrix is welcome in Nathlek, just her, for the explicit and express purpose of looking for this information, if she so desires. Probably another thing might be sent to Malignant in that regard, but honestly, she wouldn't expect Malignant to show up because he has so many other things to do.
He's under siege.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, is this read to her from the druid, or
It is proclaimed, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's a proclamation, so druid probably flies onto a tower and then proclaims the sort of general message, and then is brought before Cicatrix to then, let's say, it looks like an old elven person, you know, all ragged and crazy eyes and dried blood on the hands and such. You know, these Malorites are not, they don't clean up. I was gonna say they don't clean up well, but they just don't clean up in general. So they are they look very feral when they sort of get to do it. Some of them do keep themselves nice somewhat. Most spend a lot of time in animal forms. But we'll likely bring that message, the personal one, by word. Can't be intercepted.
But Six should look at the druid, like tilt her head, and contemplate whether she should pick him up and throw him into the Golden Heart Forest and see what happens. How he would deal with it. But she reminds herself that she should stay out of this Malor business, probably for now, at least. At least until she has been to Nathlek and gotten this information that she is told about. She nods. Yes, I very much appreciate that. I will be visiting. And then she just stares at him. So
I'll bring that message back. Then he'll leave. They're not big on formality.
that's great, guys. She's not. She can see when she leaves instantly. She's,
I know, like,
She
Malorites
only had
don't
to
care about
stare at him
social
for,
grace or
like,
niceties either, so it's a beautiful
she
thing.
only had to stare at him for even 3 seconds, and he was like, "Bye," and she's like, "Ah, man,
It looks like a person who likes to hunt down things and murder them.
Did you know
You know, that's
the Basicatrix people know that type of
She's like,
personal power
yeah,
and strength.
yeah. She's like, maybe this Malorite business, yeah. Alright.
like, you know what? Not devout, but I mean, I'm not gonna say no. Yeah, all right. And I suppose she will, get immediate matters done. She will try and secure what she may before, she's planning on leaving. And I think she would actually go see the hags before she leaves.
Sure. Yeah. They're available.
What's that? Druma? Is that her name?
Druma, yeah.
Druma.
Mother Druma.
Mother Druma. I feel like we're on first name basis now.
and the two her two sisters, well, sister daughters.
Have they grown up?
Yeah, they're grown up now,
Oh,
but they're not important, and she keeps a tight leash on them, so to speak. Their minds are not their own.
yeah.
They used to be, but then dragons came and destroyed everything. So now she just decided maybe free will is overrated for people who are not smart enough to handle it.
I mean, yes. I mean, yes. I mean, being dragons, I would imagine there's a lot of traditional dragon siblings that feel the same way. It's like, yeah, are we
Mhm.
related? Yes, but there's a lot of black dragons that I'm related to that I don't care about. So okay, yeah, and she'll get through the formalities. I was wondering your control over the trolls. At one point in the near future, I might find myself fighting some ogres in the mountains. Are you in need of more? She like waves a claw at them, like bodies.
Thanks for a moment. My trolls have served me very well. They repair themselves when damaged, and their minds are supple and weak. Ogres are likewise, and had I lost my trolls, perhaps I would need them. But at the moment, I have them all. There is sadly a limit to the number of creatures I can effectively command. Though, should you keep some around, we'll make sure to have backups should trouble arise.
Not.
If you have a particular ogre in mind, however, I could, of course, do as needed.
She's like a sneaky, like, oh, I do believe that could be a very interesting approach. As she almost purrs, like, oh, the thought of, she likes murdering people, applying murdering and trickeries.
That said, I assume these ogres come from the mountains, a place
Yes,
which I have no interest in returning to. Now I will if I must.
I don't
And he
recommend
sort of
it.
leaves that hanging there.
It is, well, they are, I suspect, being controlled by the Death King, whatever it is he calls himself. And, well, I figured I would either have to at least contain the most powerful of them. Maybe I'll throw them into the forest. You cannot have them go to him. If so, I am not actually changing much. They will continue to rage upon the old ritual sites in the mountains that I am interested in studying.
Yes. The mountains are full of danger. Sort of,
Yes.
death awaits them.
She nods, thinks to herself, yes, quite literally, yes.
Mhm.
I was like, yeah, that
Yeah.
is true.
It's quite clear that the hag is spooked by what is in the mountain.
I mean, there's so many bad things. Like, it's like take a pick, name one. Well, I guess the Fae have left. You know what? Like, let's be fair. You know, well, for now, I will leave shortly. I have matters to attend to. I trust that This place will be kept in line until my return.
She's nuts. She's never had a problem keeping people in line.
You know, that's why I
It's
like.
her very thing is making sure people do what she wants.
She's fucking like having her own sister
She has
daughters.
to actively suppress an aura of obedience while the dragon is around. Because it would be rude to have that affect the dragon.
It would be rude. You're, yeah. And you know what? If a secret knows, she appreciates the gesture.
It's just, you know.
Yeah. She will, yeah, will then go and prepare herself, and she will guess go to Nasdaq.
All right. Presuming that she is going to be in dragon form, it isn't going to try and ford the river in drow form, or go all the way on the road past the border city.
Come through the river and then pop up.
Forward, yeah. You'll find actually that that this lake has a bunch of mean critters in it.
Yeah.
Like
Mean critters
these
for
things
dragon?
should be, well, no, like they're not dangerous, but they're not afraid. The predators certainly, which is annoying, right? Because you can't just ignore something that's actively trying to bite you. And it's quick and darting at it too. Making sure you don't feel safe and can't relax in the water seems to be their priority. I like giant catfish.
Let me go roll here, because maybe she'll remember that Monsieur did something with having heard something, but she's also had a lot of other things going on, What did Monsieur does? Oh, he seems, so far away. Oh, she does remember. As she is in the border and these things happen, she thinks back. There was something. The warder wasn't there. Something's coming at her, and she swats it away.
Like a large
Chops
catfish,
them
big
like a
enough
throat.
to swallow a man, basically.
Yeah. And she will I suppose, shoot out of the warder and throw one of the beasts. Fling it, and then she'll fly the rest of the way. Oh, will she?
There's lots of darkness. She literally could easily fly unseen if she wants to.
Oh, I mean,
Dark clouds.
That's true. Yes.
That might be a bad idea if you were to suddenly show up, though, in the city without anyone having spotted you.
These people are so picky. They'll go.
Considering that there's a ongoing war, basically.
Yeah. I suppose she'll fly to the site of past the river.
You could fly there. You can see the dried out riverbed and the canals. From there it's simple to follow it to the new harbor and the massive sort of red bridge, dragon bridge.
I think she'll arrive in Drow.
All right. In which case, I suppose she will be. I guess that's Immisuri's forces that would.
Yeah. As noted, folks are allowed to enter and leave the city as they please. The Malorites don't care that much about civilization law, so whatever. They might push around and challenge people, as you noted, but for the moment, it's kind of like a boring thing as they recover and wait to fight Naklat more, which we will.
Yeah, I mean, she will.
So she sees where it's not. The gate is not defended. Does she take the bridge, or from the harbor, or does she take the main entrance to the city, so the city gate?
Where would she see where the bridge goes?
Really, really far and high up. Yeah, it's a really long bridge.
I mean, why would she take the long bridge? She doesn't know.
Sure. You must
I
bypass
think
it.
she will just go through the main gate, and then she will find, the most feral-looking motherfucker out there, and and, uh,
Main
and
gate.
think that there's a reasonable chance, like that it's a Malar follower, and it's
I don't
like
think the Millerites even went through the gate. They probably just like climbed the wall
Yeah.
in whatever forms
Imagine
they
like
used.
yeah, like drow on giant spiders, just like climbing over the wall, or flying over the wall, or hopping over the wall. Who knows?
Like some sort of panther thing climbing up in a tower, turning into a wild boar. It's a mess to fight those things. So the infrastructure probably isn't that destroyed, though. They didn't take any care to protect it. So it's probably just an open gate. Probably not many things around the immediate gate, but further in, certainly, there's like shopping streets. I mean, this would be the foreign quarter she's entering, right? So she's colorful lanterns and just color probably is the main thing.
in her mind, she has to the checklist, like wild eyes, not bathed in whatever.
She sniffs.
Yeah, yeah.
There's the smell of blood.
Oh
It's a
God.
butcher. It's
I
another
mean, that's a good
butcher. And
spell.
there's the Malorite. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, they're
Okay.
not filthy. They do wash themselves and such. They just don't care about like looking regal or fine in any way.
I mean, that's fair. They are humans anyway. Like, it's not. Well, I mean, or their species their own. Like, they're not dragons, so it's hard to really attain.
She
You
can
know.
find a Malorite easily enough if she wants. Though they mostly don't want to stay in the city. They sort of in animal forms most of the time. The drow are easier to find.
Yeah, I mean, she'll find a drow. She's a drow form, and she'll
Mhm.
ask where she might be able to seek the counsel of emissary leaders here.
I probably speaks Elven to the other drow. And again, I feel like the massive burn scar might actually be a known feature.
Cicatrix knows Elven too.
You know, and will probably be regarded to be brought to informed that Emissary has taken position in the Jade Hall inside the Sky District, and then be like pointed the way.
Point of the bridge.
Well, yeah, all the smaller bridge from the foreign district to the Sky District. So that passes very close to the City of the Dead. Might as
I
well
don't
make
think.
foreigners uncomfortable if they have to go that way.
Yeah, well, she'll take that one then. That seems
Sure.
interesting.
Yeah, she can walk past it. It's a graveyard. It's full of
Yeah,
shadow. We described it before.
yeah. I mean, she doesn't like. She is not offended about the shadow, so
Mhm.
like, she's like, yeah, hmm. She had thought. She also thought, yeah. She'd heard that something was going down here, and she thought it might be, you know,
Yeah.
yeah. So she'll
Yeah.
basically,
Well, as you
yeah.
can get into the Sky District, the beautiful sort of beautiful district, with all the colors and banners and such, and find the way to Jade Hall, as been
Yeah.
described.
I think there's like a clear. I mean, she appreciates things that are expensive, but like,
Opulent.
it does like the amount of effort in them. Like, is this functional? Like tapestries and vases and stuff
Yeah,
that doesn't.
their function is to impress.
Yes, but they don't last underwater, so they're
No,
useless.
they would not.
you know,
Yeah.
like
Uh,
no.
as she enters, she can probably smell delicious food she's never had, and hear the sound of like music of this culture, right? There's probably like some sort of artful dance theater presentation, some cultural thing going on, with a small band sitting to the side, and then like a couple of dancers artfully performing some tale at this moment. Probably Missouri has some sort of interesting food, maybe like a giant wok full of some sort of hot, sort of fried stir mix of some kind. Again,
Seriously,
most people feed dragons as raw stuff because that's what dragon normally eat.
yeah.
But here they make an art out of it because they don't have the idea that dragons should just eat raw stuff.
I think that Cicatrix will look like as soon as she hears the music, she nods to herself. Yes, this seems to be something that the mystery somehow likes. Like see all the fairies and that horrible guy was singing and no, yeah, this makes sense. Wherever she is, apparently, there
Of
needs to
course,
be a fire.
Emissary would have been informed by one of the Malorites because though they don't like manipulating the city, they're fine with being a rat or a spider or fly or something for a bit. Just having an eye out, and they're good at that.
Yeah.
She can be easily informed that the marked drow is on the way.
Alright. Good. Good, she'll expect that. And make no pains to move from her position, like in the center of this audience chamber. She's accepting guests at this time.
So, Grimith, just to set the scene here, when the secretary comes in, I mean, there is dragons don't generally use jewelry. But that's because most people don't have dragon jewelry.
Uh-huh.
But these people
Sorry.
do. In sort of like particular like headdresses and like gold rings and such
Mm-hmm.
ornaments, which to please the dragon could be brought to put upon the dragon, right? Maybe
Yeah.
like a
You know,
yeah,
she will permit them to decorate her.
along with the
Oh my
caretaking. All right.
god.
Let's see here.
I see those crowds with like little hanging diamonds and like jade stones down.
Let's see
Yeah.
Yeah. Like like
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Then
the
then
horns
take
and tendrils that extend from her face are like adorned with like jewelry. Her fingers have like rings on them.
if she was to sell them, she would have 11,000 golds worth of.
oh.
These things are big and made of expensive materials, particularly jade, yeah, silk, gold ornings.
Yeah.
In just in like yeah, beautiful craftsmanship.
Oh. Yeah, we might have to keep these headdresses. This might be a great thing for her to just do, like, for audiences here on out. This is gonna be, like, the Malorites could be like, what the fuck is this dragon doing?
Sparkle nicely in the flames of the torches, which have been had something added to them, so they have a nice sort of green flame color.
Oh, yeah.
Green
Yeah,
flame.
as they burn, reflecting in the gold, casting sort of a greenish sort of reflective light around, making the dragon really sort of shine and glitter with the polished scales, and
Oh my god, how do they do this?
it is a marvelous sight, as for Cicatrix gets to enter, um, by the two of the dragon guard. I mean, they're still protecting the building certainly, but they're sort of mostly an honor guard at this point. you know, the doors are open so anyone can come in and see, and sort of, normally they would gesture for the dragon or for any guests to go up the stairs to the balconies, but this person is clearly an occupier, drow, so they get to sort of go where they want.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. You're
Yeah.
interpreted as one of the occupiers. Good for you.
Things are sort of like I mean, her disgusting like half acid burnt Drawface doesn't have eyebrows, but the equivalent of places where they should have been like slightly rise as she sees like this incredibly pampered Empress dragon.
Oh yeah, like, she's not being massaged right now, but she's laying on all these beautiful silk pillows with an ornate headdress and the glittering jewelry. This is... It's so mischievous. It's like her
People
expression
on
just pure.
balconies watching.
So many spectators like oohing and awing before the grandeur of the dragon. Like the scarred and marred drow like catches the green dragon's eye. The green dragon catches her eye, and there's just like this look of like, I'm fucking awesome on Amisa's face.
She took another Nathlin. Might as well use it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
These two are not around right now. They have
Yep.
actual
Yeah.
ruling to do,
Yeah.
but
Put myself in the prone position as she's laying down.
Oh, you took am I enough?
Yep, he took
the
yours
dragon.
there.
Oh.
You can put down the other one if you want.
I was gonna say it's just fine. I'll put another one.
To be in your...
You know, that's a good idea, dry ice cubes. Maybe this is a look into what life as the Black Dread could be like for Psychotrix.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Tiny investigations.
Oh yeah.
You know, the dancers and such are still going, so they would sort of be between the two of them, right, on the steps there, until dismissed, basically, or until their
Yeah.
performance is finished.
Oh,
But
yeah.
it's in multiple acts. Usually, they would do like a couple of hours, and then there would be like a break.
Yeah. It means her leader also looks like she is going to have Versigatrix make the first move here. After all, she's an occupier drow approaching the dragon.
I was gonna say, I think Resigatrix looks at this, and I mean, after like looking at the gold a bit, cause you know she's a dragon, and that's that's some pretty nice gold right there. She can appreciate that.
All the tapestries hanging above, like, telling stories of how they care about dragons. They're different looking dragons.
Another
Oh,
tray of steaming hot food brought out.
yes, I think she will like sort of look around, and then she will bow deeply, so deeply, sort of yeah, like humor in her eye. Oh,
Mm,
great dragon.
yeah. It was simply awkward because the musicians are still playing and dancing, like in between
Mm-hmm.
two of them. You know, until the signal is given. Generally, they just
Yeah.
yeah.
I have come to seek your counsel. Like she just like is laying it on so thick. Like and she's not a great actor. So thick.
He's really just here, like, ponders about this, like, how awkward does she want to make this for Versigatrix? Because she knows, like, how, like, reclusive the Black Dragon is, and how she doesn't want these social situations. But the Green Dragon's in a great mood, and so, like, she signals for the musicians to, like, pause for now. We can have, like, a refreshment break. Come back in a
And
bit.
then stop and then bow deeply, and then they will sort of go to
Yeah.
their
Yeah. And the
side
dancers,
room.
they get to have a break too at the same time.
Yeah.
And he's really says, "Very well, trusted servant. I will graciously deign you with my time. Come closer." Like the claw,
Oh,
like lifts
so
up from the silk pillow and like gestures like the drow forward. Like the drow get like right close to like the green dragon's head. The dragon winks at her as she approaches.
yeah, no, yeah, she's just like she like under like and in draconic, of course. She said, well, this is quite different than what I had come to believe about Nathlan.
And he's really just here just says, mm-hmm.
uh-huh.
Yep,
Shall
fully
we
agreement.
continue? I know.
The voice of someone who's just had like like years of stress massaged out. Yeah.
Like, I can't even feel my body.
Muscles like butter.
The Museray says, "You're here about the news, then?"
Yes, I have interest in one of the, I think, traditional orders here as well as was what information I recently received.
Like, the Green Dragon's eye twitches. One of the traditional orders, you say? Like, her expression, like, on her face, like, stops looking so amused. Because she can
Yes,
only think of one thing that we're secretary's referring to there.
yeah. Yes, as I believe me and our hot temperate friend. Told you we learned of a signature that I am interested in finding, and the trace seems to lead here. Have you perhaps heard of monks of Shao?
Imizuri Leader says, I of course have heard of them. They were present in the valley. They are not here anymore in any official capacity. They were the rulers of this place. Recently, I have cast them out, and I intend to keep it that way.
Well, I suspect looking at their inner things is going to be a lot easier if they're not around.
Imizuri Leader Theory says, if they did not bring those with them, yes. Come. And, like, at that point, like, she, like, goes out of the whisper and, like, stands up and says, very well, I will take a look at these things out of the graciousness of my heart. Come. And she plucks Versicatrix up and, like, begins, like, carrying the drow. Not putting the drow on her back, but just, like, speeding this along.
People get out of the way.
But Cicatrix gives her, like, a murderer's look.
Oh, yeah. Imizuri knows that she wins
like
this one because the Black Dragon. You know?
The indignity, unlike with exists.
Yep. Imizuri knows she wins this one because Versicatrix won't want to turn into a Black Dragon here. Yeah.
I don't.
Imizuri, like strolls out in her full regalia, and then
It's gonna have to be fast.
yeah. And then she takes flight and heads for the shadowy area, which she's thinking she will permit Versicatrix to look at. The external sorts of areas, and along with like taking to like any sort of like libraries, like the accumulations of knowledge, it will permit this as well. We reach the
She
shadow.
hasn't really looked into much of it.
No, she hasn't. She thought she might, but then she got distracted. Play with the shadow area first, as we fly there. Like she lands down on the ground. The Missouri leader there says, its condition has not changed beyond the central clay building which I have collapsed. I have forbidden anyone from investigating further in it. I would advise you not to do the same.
She sneers. She is not friendly anymore. She's mad.
Missouri says, if they have any sort of information or tidbit around here they've left in scrolls or parchment or textbooks, by all means you're welcome to look at it, and I would even permit you to take it with you, though I do wonder how you would bring it with you. However, you would still be permitted all the same. I do not want it here. As for information pertaining to either the Red Wizards of Thay, whom have investigated in the city in the past regarding Yaffle, or of Yaffle herself, if that knowledge is abound in the library still, and I do believe it is, I would permit you to read it while it was here, but I ask that you do not take it with you.
And which library might that be?
Missouri just sort of like rolls her body and says, they have many locations of knowledge. It would be no different than trying to sort through everything the Ogmites had in Redensir, yes? You just have to find the right person here to ask the correct question. Which I can do. Probably. If they're still here in the city.
That would be much appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she just starts walking into the like shadows, sort of like gliding, starting to mingle into almost.
Yeah, the green dragon doesn't leave.
Yeah. Does she follow?
Sorta ish. Like she's not like that committed to like lurking over Wursicatrix's shoulder, but she's making clear to Wursicatrix that the black dragon will not be left alone here. If the black dragon sneaks off, though, I mean that's a choice that one could make. But it's sort of like emissary leaders here doesn't care enough to like stalk
I
after
don't
the
think
black dragon.
she like does. I think that like the gliding into the shadow is almost just like it's so in her nature to
Yeah.
just like go where it is almost like it's like yes this is like weird magical shadow but it still is cover right like
Mm-hmm.
with my fucking 22 stealth like without a roll like it's just yeah and yeah I suppose Malachi what do I just start rolling arcana like a crazy person or skill
So
challenge
about the shadow, yeah.
yes I'm starting yes with the I suppose I could try and use the ritual for locate object for the like arcane mark. That
Oh, you want to find out about the arcane mark?
yes,
I thought you were
first.
talking about the shadow area because you said you were walking in there.
Well, I think that's where I'm looking for it first, right? That's where the
Uh,
monks of Shao was.
yeah, I mean you could begin looking for it, but arcane marks generally are like if you go to a place, they would have a book probably that has all of them in it.
Hmm.
At least if it's someone official,
Right.
with a
Well,
well-known signature. It's basically it's a way to sign your work.
yes, but then I guess he can't look at that before Emissary finds someone who knows. Then
She doesn't really know. I don't think she has any idea of where to go. I mean, Westgate certainly doesn't have that because it's Westgate.
no, it's not organized. In worst case, she would pay someone to give her the information.
Yeah.
Well, let's be real, she wouldn't. She would go talk to a hags and find clues about who had the information, then it would wrangle it out of their dead hands. Or
But
live
give
hands.
me an Arcana check anyway for
Okay.
the shadow area here while you're looking around for perhaps a arcane mark.
25.
Yeah, we learn about the same as in Missouri. There is shadow here. It's clearly emanating from this collapsed clay building, and it does seem to sort of drain the color, the life out of things, just making things turn grayscale. That said, there's no particular mark, nor is it sort of an ongoing ritual. It seems just to be I mean, you can both agree, sort of a rift almost, as if the planes are being drawn together. Shadow coming over the material plane.
Is there any particular, like, of course, by the collapse, whatever, but are there other places in the area that sort of emanate stronger than that?
Lots of graves, right? But none of them emanate particularly anything. Actually, looking around, this building that was collapsed, it wasn't unique in any way. There's many of them. It's likely that this was used as a place, like a very covert location.
Right.
If this didn't emit shadow, you would have no idea like where to go or what to look for.
She can appreciate that. It's just
What was that?
oh, sorry, I'm talking to myself again.
Okay. Just speak up. Good.
Well, I don't like if I can't try and find the mark, then and I can't like see the things that Javel has yet. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Like
Alright. Wursicatrix like comes out, just kinda like throws up her arms and says, like, alright, I'm done here.
I think she just So when could you find this person?
And she says, oh, we're going together. She like extends a claw offering to pick up her cicatrix. Eyes glittering.
Do that again, I will transform.
She says, "It's your choice."
She'll transform. She only did it to not like blow up a mysterious spot of being Dragon Lady, but like she is not like,
Mhm.
and she will fly in the darkness. Oh. Hmm.
Of course, it doesn't extend fully to the rest of the
Yeah, you're
city.
flying out of the darkness.
Slow light.
Yeah,
If you're in the graveyard, you're invisible essentially to anyone without dark vision. But
the two dragons head around the city to poke around in centers of knowledge. Yeah, and Missouri
yeah,
Legislature is going to ask on Worcicatrix's behalf, looking for matters pertaining to the Shadow collections of arcane marks, or since a Thayan enclave is set up in Westgate north of here and is projecting their power to the region, Thay!
uh, well, she'll be informed that the Hall
God.
of Jade is the place to go for any such records of official city business. They have long been the ones to actually take care of that stuff. The cat lord himself, not a big fan of bureaucracy,
Mhm.
uh, but they have been because it's. I mean, really, probably it's because that's what they initially did. They're a bureaucratic faction. Um, so they would have those sorts of records. Beyond that, she'll be informed that the unfinished Red Enclave is in the foreign quarter, but that it was never completed because there was a misunderstanding with the Thayans who believed that if they build an enclave, that land would officially and legally be Thayan land, which was not the actual case. So they had to stop. Beyond that, Thayans have visited the city, but due to that misunderstanding, they have had to visit as guests of Jade Hall, who does value intelligent people bringing intelligent conversation. They just, I mean, don't really care for much else. It's a very meritocratic.
What has become of the land that the Thayans, like, tried to build the Enclave on?
It is currently a half-finished building. There's like a little wall around it and such. There is the foundations, but the place just hasn't been built.
Right. Okay. And there's no way they would have left anything behind because of how meticulous they are in that effect. Okay.
No. If asked, they will certainly look into it. I mean, Thayans have come and gone. Actually, I'll say it, and that might be something to surprise Emissary because generally they don't these ages.
Right,
That is not something Thay is known for.
they go and they
Uh,
stay.
but these people don't know that because they don't talk to other people. So yeah, Thayan wizards have visited. They tried to make an enclave at one point, but they were told no. And yeah, if she's interested in that, they can certainly look into it.
Yeah.
Shenwan here, very eager to please the dragon.
Yeah, becoming the
Again, this
goings
is
of
a
Thay.
small price to pay for peace and prosperity.
And permitting her to eventually be the leader of the city. Yeah, okay, yeah. Comings and goings of Thay.
Mhm.
You know, it's worth knowing since they are exerting their power in this region, and they might come back again at some point.
Well, of course, their culture also has a couple of touchstones with Xiao culture, which is why they're sort of a
Mm-hmm.
they're
I'm
different people.
shocked.
They're different people, but the people they killed to have the land that they now own had something in common with the Xiao people. So, uh, they adopted some of the calligraphy and such,
All right.
which was an interesting thing for these people to experience. Yeah, well, you can then report even names of the Thayans who visited, or at least the names that were given.
Sure.
Doesn't necessarily connote to anything. But we'll say that some years ago, quite a few years ago actually, they have records. Quite an important thing for them that they had thought to ask a dragon that might want to stay here as a ruler because it's a little personal. But under uh, Jade Hall, there is the Vault of the Jade Dragon,
Okay.
which traditionally has been where they have kept their like cultural artifacts, say things they brought with them when they came here. the treaties between the Shao people and the Cat Lord. Things like this, right? Important historical documents that need to be kept dry and dark places in order to not
Wait,
perish. Yes, what?
so these people are also Shao people?
What?
I thought that the shadow monks were the Shao.
These people also Shao. Shao
Yeah,
is
it's their entire culture.
an ethnicity and culture. They come from the far eastern territory of Shaolong, which is fantasy China.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
figured that
It-
much.
I would say it's not super tactful, but
Yeah,
it's what it is.
No one wanted them around here, so they became
Yeah.
isolationists.
They got brought in by the Cat Lord, who owned this place with his were peoples and Wemmicks. And since then, because there's many more of them, they have sort of taken over the place a bit. Well, now sort of officially.
So they would also be the people to look into the arcane signature.
Yeah, they're the Shao people around here. Westgate does have people from that, but they don't have the culture intact.
I was gonna say
They speak
Westgate
the
have
same language as everyone
any-
else. Like,
like
if you want the sort of mostly undiluted culture, I mean, of course it's diluted, but so they keep a pride of their heritage that they don't do elsewhere.
great.
Yeah, I mean, so but down there anyway, the Vault of the Jade Dragon was kept by, uh, you know, the keeper of the Long Scroll, which is the scroll they came here with. That basically lays out the philosophy of dragon draconic sort of rule. The problem being, of course, that that vault can only be opened by the keeper of the scroll, um, or by a dragon.
Wow.
And as it happened, one day the keeper of the scroll went inside and then didn't come out. So the thing has actually just been closed. Now nobody really needs anything down there because it's all historical stuff. But if they did, they wouldn't have a way to open it, which they had sort of hoped to use as an argument for the Cat Lord to maybe keep a dragon around. But sort of they tried to reach out to dragons, but it sort of never really manifested. There was a red one that was really angry, and they decided that was probably not what they were looking for. And
Yeah,
then
I killed her. It's
to reach
okay.
out- they tried to reach out to another red one
Hey,
and learn from it and see, like, they tried to be sly about it and figure out, because they reached out to the first red one and they were just like, hey, do you want to come and live with us? And the dragon it was not good. Did not help their case. And then they tried to be more smart about it, and that messenger came home saying that the dragons were too busy. They had no time, and he'd been there for like 10 years. So
It's true.
here's what he learned. It apparently got kidnapped or something, which also didn't bode super well. So,
red dragons, am I
they
right?
haven't been able to open the vault for a long time.
Oh. Well.
Yeah. Now, uh, records say that, there was work with a Thayan visitor at the time. In fact, the then keeper of the Dragon Scroll did travel around sometimes. He traveled to Starmantle particularly, and here, speaking to various guests and academics about various arcane things. Very wise man. They both assured, though they are not really old enough to have actually sort of met him.
Mhm.
But
No.
the stories say that he was very wise.
Now,
He probably-
couldn't they have just, like, appointed, like, a new keeper of the scroll? I guess this is, like, the dragon being like, well, why couldn't you just get, like, another keeper of the scroll who could then open the vault? I don't...
because the keeper of the scroll has the key on him,
Oh,
and that's
okay.
in there. So
And the dragons don't need a key, and neither did he. Okay,
no,
okay.
dragons don't. But he's not a dragon, so he needs the key.
Right, okay. Well, as part of the infinite kindness and magnanimity that Imizari literature is showing these people, and her infinite grace, she will not have just one dragon, but 2 dragons open the vault and maybe, like, put, like, a wedge under the door to, like, keep it propped open until they, like, resolve the situation. Because no one's gonna
Could
steal from this
break it.
vault. Yeah,
That
that'd
would
be,
be-
yeah, sacrilegious or something.
They're
Yeah. So,
they'll say that there isn't that much value in it, as far as they know, at least. I mean, again, no one's really been in there for a lifetime.
you're right. It's
So
been decades. Well, or
yeah.
Cicatrix, you interested in joining a Missouri Legion Theory and like cracking open like a vault with our dragon powers and seeing whether there's anything of your particular like arcane bent inside?
Yes.
All right, then the two dragons mosey to
even
the
then,
door.
even then, the keeper was the only one who sort of had access. So they anticipate a lot of things of historical value, obviously, but
Mm-hmm.
and maybe a dead keeper. That would be sad. But if it is, then they're ready to handle it tactfully.
Yeah. Okay.
Would it be sad though? Would it?
Well, they would rather he be alive somehow.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, then they would want to go bury
Meditation
him,
or
and they
something.
would look to like their grave areas and be like, "Oh."
Yeah, this is all very unorthodox. Really, when it comes to it, and I think this is something I don't know the dragons would ask about, but that they might pick up actually, that this keeper was very unorthodox in his way of doing things. But
yeah, Cicatrix is already
sometimes
thinking,
people who are very
know.
smart begin to think that maybe isolationism isn't the best way to preserve a culture, exist in the world.
No.
And that is an unorthodox thought, but he was clearly smart and very good at his job, so he sort of got away with it.
These
'Cause
crazy.
again, this faction they're not xenophobic as much as they just have their own judgment for what being really smart means, right? If you do things that say you're a really smart dragon who just happens to be incredibly full of bloodlust, then that still doesn't really work for them.
Wow.
You know. Yeah, you can certainly go down there. It is a bit down the cliff. Collectively, it's been shaken from this earthquake, actually enabling to go here. There's a cracks in the walls and such from when the sky district was thrown up into the air, clearly ripping and tearing at the seams of this place, foundations, as you will. But though they haven't really been repaired, some of them have been magically mended to make sure the place sticks together. Probably the work of this guy. The door itself is sort of unimposing. It is fairly small. I mean, I guess large size, right? So just dragon size, which is not small at all, but small compared to some things you've experienced, given the giants and dams and whatnot. It's fitting your size, but no real bigger. A massive dragon would have to squeeze through. Then again, maybe lung dragons sort of are not as wide, but longer.
I was gonna say, I think for
Which
Cicatrix, once
make
she
it
like, I think she mostly is in dragon form here when she is like when they're flying. Otherwise, I think she would shift back into her drow form.
all right. They make a little ceremony out of it, bringing the dragon here to open the vault. To prove, of course, because the vault says it can only be opened by dragons of the true blood, which they will say it just means a dragon, like it's an actual dragon. Like a drake doesn't work, but a true dragon does.
Okay.
Um,
Wouldn't that be some shit if if it didn't fucking open?
Aha, you're an ultra dragon.
oh no, it broke when it opened.
Yep. Like, now I have to kill all.
Yeah, but the long con diss.
I
Yep.
guess you were Drake, huh? Well,
No,
still did.
it's but to other people they will make a bigger deal about it, like meaning something more. And then the specifics is that the keeper of the scrolls here have always been excellent at draconic magic, things that involved like draconic essence and the like. Been really masterships of the Shaolong for a very long time.
Mm.
And so the dragon, the basically when you touch the door, it will simply read who you are and what you are, and then let you through.
Okay. Like.
And that is basically how it works as you
Yeah.
move forwards. It's
So
a
does it open
small
the door
stone
as
door.
much as you just?
It will open the door.
Okay.
Okay.
I have to say, like, if he's always like, okay, so I just walk through. Okay.
No. It is a stone door, and as you come close, basically, it's just unassuming. And there is like engraved, like a basically like a dragon, a long dragon coiled around a bearded person who is being given heavenly secrets, basically, which is what this position is for, keeping the heavenly secret.
Hmm. The leader here looks at the entourage, looks at the door, narrows her eyes at the door, walks up to the door, slowly puts her claw against the door.
Takes but a moment, and then it almost silently like slides to the side, allowing entrance into what seems to be like a small series of chambers. Where various things are stored in dusty bookshelves and such, kept as dry and dark as possible. Really, as you move in here, the entourage will bring a bit of light if required, but they
Sure.
keep it dim.
Probably hit by a wave of what air is in here.
Dry.
Yep, as we open the door for the first time in decades.
Yeah. Undisturbed, I suppose you'd say. Not damp, definitely not. Maybe even like weirdly warm a little bit.
Okay.
So we should look into this dry room. The first room here seems to have been like a work room, probably meant for storing less important documents, and either like there's like some bookbinding tools and whatnot. Clearly stuff made to restore things, right? That's the entourage. Just look around. I mean, no one's been in here for so long, and it looks very much like the back room to a library. There's like a little cart with books and such. Whoever was here certainly didn't expect to disappear or whatever. 'Cause these things were sort of mid restoration.
Hmm.
All the titles are in Shao.
Missouri, like, breathes in and probably, like, like, splutters a bit. Looks at Cicatrix and says, Cicatrix, I will permit you to stay here for as long as it takes for you to find the answers you're looking for, so long as you do not try to take any of these documents directly with you. I can... She, like, looks around the entourage, ensure that you at least have someone who can read the language.
So as I'm sure perhaps turns to Lee, could you roll me a perception check?
Yeah, I could do that.
It sounds like you're like turning around to
Yeah, turning to, like, look at the people.
yeah. Go.
Sure. That's something that this dragon does have some things, and that's the sort of thing that she can even use to keep track of the black dragon. However, it's cramped in here. 24.
Yeah, it's pretty dark. I see you don't know what it is, but something catches the corner of your eye. Something that seems almost familiar, and compared to most of this, that looks sort of incidental. And yeah, Tricks, could you also? I don't know.
Yes.
I'm guessing. What's your passive?
My passive.
I assume you're actually sort of looking around.
Passive perception is actually just 24.
Oh, well, never mind then. Well, do you want to roll too?
Yes. Yes,
Go
of
ahead.
course I
I know
do.
you don't have your stat token here, but
Grimith rolls his eyes and shakes his head. If God wants you to know the knowledge, God can just give you the knowledge, but God doesn't want you to know the knowledge.
well, God doesn't know how much knowledge he wants to give.
You know, that's what the Bible's really about. It's just dragon's feet.
Yeah.
I don't know. Should they know this though?
Oh.
Oh wait, I just not roll.
Right. Sorry.
Yeah, that wasn't a roll.
Yeah,
That was just a 20 instead of a 1d20.
That's the
There we
same.
go.
Oh, all right.
Well, nope.
So he's like distracted perhaps by the books and such. Doesn't really notice anything. Sorry. You got it. These rolls are well. Yeah.
I mean, it's a
25%,
1d20. It's how it works.
Yeah. We'll look and just from the corner, I see something that looks somewhat familiar, placed in a deliberate spot. I'm really not easy to miss, honestly. There's a table at the far end of the hall that's been pulled in front of the pathway, of the doorway, right? That would lead further in from this room. You can see there's two little. I should make a little illustration here. I think they're helpful.
Yes.
Dungeon. So you have the entryway here, right? This is the door you come in. There is clearly a room on the other side here. Someone has put a table in front of it. And beyond that, there is side rooms. They're all like a square big right now. That's not really representative, but whatever. But someone's put a table in front of it. And on that table, against the door leaning, is a not huge, but sort of moderately sized stone tablet with a series of runic texts engraved upon it. Text that certainly isn't Xiao.
Yuzuri, like, looks at it. Probably, like, does, like, a double take because she was, like, looking for, like, other people, the entourage. Instead of that. Like, looks at where Cicatrix, who appears to be distracted, and doesn't say anything because she doesn't want to bring this topic up right now. This is not something we talk
Yeah.
about in mixed company.
The entourage will make sure that a translator stays here. Someone who bows many times and like make sure to clean their hands and put on like a pair of fine silk gloves and so they can touch things without doing any harm. But it does give you some moments alone if you wish it. As they are getting ready, basically.
Yeah. Sir will ask, like, so no one's been down here basically in their lifetimes because they're human, and so no one's like seen, and even then, like only like the keeper like came down here to look at this stuff. No one else did.
It's the keeper's personal.
So
stuff.
it's passed from like keeper to keeper.
Yeah, and he basically gets to pick the next one. Now, it gives them quite a lot of freedom. Think sort of like a black staff in Waterdeep, right? They sort of have power and freedom to do things because they're considered smart and wise enough that whatever they do will be in the interest of the city. They also have ability to like speak out against the cattle ward and such when needed to make sure that the traditions are kept.
Okay. There's the entourage is
They
hauling.
haven't had one in a long time, which has not been a strength. And beyond that, this one was quite an outgoing fellow for a person from that land. He would visit Starmantle to trade like, for example, like enchantments and such.
Do we find his corpse in here?
Not in this room.
Okay. Well then, as the entourage like prepares itself to get a translator in like the gloves or whatever, Imuzuri begins like strafing like slowly like her dragon body like sidestepping towards the tablet. She knows this is only supposed to take a moment, but she looks at where Cicatrix and says, "Keep an eye on the vault door."
I mean, she will.
It's like
She was like menacing gaze.
the green dragon just like gingerly and with trepidation like eases up to this tablet without even like looking directly at the tablet, and she just like she did with the door, like reaches out a claw slowly and pokes it.
It takes only a moment. She is thrown, almost like it feels like a fall into some sort of psionic message is transferred. She sees there for the moment, as she has like once or twice, I think, before when touching a tablet like this. See the young face of Yaffle, the woman who looks happy-go-lucky in her 20s, just out there to go get him. An artificial appearance, of course, but certainly the one Yaffle considers her own. Speaking. My sons, my daughter, I hope you have grown well. I have left this place as well as a few others for you to eventually find. I wanted to have a way to leave information for you that hell would not easily access, and so on. It is the same message as she has received before, yet it is found here. The tablet appears, though slightly different in design, mostly identical to the one she was brought. The copper dragon. So long ago.
The moment
I can do the whole thing if you need.
Yeah, it's happened before. Yeah. Then after the moment passes, seemingly, like Missouri like rapidly like pulls her claw back, like shakes her head rapidly, and then like looks around the tablet. Maybe this stupid keeper has like a clearly defined like note card, like this came from this site in the year blah blah blah.
Well, I mean, it does seem strange that it has been pushed against the door.
Yeah.
Especially
What's
if you're
in
looking
there?
to the other rooms here. The side rooms appear to just be library or object keeping rooms. There's no corpse in there. If the keeper went in here, if the keeper, didn't come out, then the keeper couldn't have put this tablet against the door that he must have gone through.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It means he like looks up at the ceiling and then like looks at the tablet, looks at the door, and slowly rotates her head and look back at where Cicatrix.
Who's maybe now at least like began noticing, even if distracted by other things. I feel
Well,
like the
he's
Cicatrix
looking at the door.
checks out the space immediately as soon as.
And Missouri like waves the drow form of the black dragon, like a gentle like motion of the claw over.
Well, I suppose we are on the right course. She looks at the thing.
And Missouri like
Emotions.
looks at like the tablet and says, "It's the same message." She says, "But the only one who's allowed to be in here, they said, was the keeper. This place has been sealed for decades, and they haven't seen his body. And it's in front of this door." She like looks at the door. It looks back where Cicatrix. She looks at the tablet.
You think he's in there?
I think gingerly the green dragon will scoot the table, not wanting to hold the tablet, and just like gently like move the table away from the door.
Yeah, scraping sound.
Yeah. Trying to like
At this point, the
pick
entourage
it
will
up.
step away,
I'm like
but the entourage has stepped away, but like there's like in the corner here by the door out, a translator standing there with like a series of various papers and such that might help identify what's in here.
yeah.
What's thought to be in here.
Can Vesicatrix give him the task of finding the arcane mark?
Yeah, of course.
I figure like that'll keep them busy a little bit.
When shown, he can very quickly actually report that that is the arcane mark of Hyo Tachiro, which was the keeper of the long scrolls at the time.
Can they like find? Like, I suppose that would mean that they have works here, or
Wards, I believe the city is supposed to be the ward.
Wait, that's kind of a speed bump situation there. Like, that mark was the mark of the person who was the keeper of these scrolls at the time. And that mark was the mark that was found at the ritual site.
So that was the most recent one, the one that disappeared?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. As soon as like the translator like immediately reports back like, "Oh, I know that mark. That's the mark of the previous keeper." Like, and these are
Only
like,
a fool would recognize it. Like
these are like.
I mean, he looks around, assuming that you've seen it somewhere in here. You know.
Yeah.
And these are
And
blinks
as you do,
rapidly.
you will see it somewhere in here, like in various bits of.
Oh, the paranoid dragon looks around and it's everywhere.
Like
It's just like
usually like looks at like the door and like leans into where Cicatrix and says, "Is this thing trapped?" She hasn't touched the door. She doesn't want to touch the door.
and you know what? Vesicatrix is committed to find out before she touches the door.
I know. If there's something to do, it's tell the paranoid dragon something.
Yes.
Later.
I suppose that would be Arcana and Thievery if looking for both arcane and mechanical traps.
Just spotting a trap, I believe, is perception, actually.
Oh, well.
And then from there, you would then Thievery Arcana to disable it.
I really do not have that great perception.
Yeah, it's typically perception to spot traps and then thievery to resolve them in this system.
24.
You don't see anything that would hinder a trap. I mean, Arcana wise, at least, the fact that you opened this thing might mean that you're good. going in here.
All right. Missouri like looks at the door again after like where Secretary gives the all clear and says, "Well, you've got the hand that can grip." Looks like how to open the door. Looks back at Persicatrix.
Is there like a handle?
Yeah, it's just a door.
Oh.
And, like down here, it's really not that ornamental. Like, and this place isn't really supposed to be fancy. It's just an archive.
I think there's like a small moment where like her body is completely like tensed up, ready, and she will like just as quickly as possible like open the door and push the door in.
Oh no, it's a pull
she's-
door. Shit! Where are the hinges?
Sure.
What a story this translator will have to share after.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very peculiar way to.
Honestly,
Uh,
Cicatrix, if she wasn't so distressed, like she has a comprehend language ritual, like she does not need this person here. But I don't think she would. She's not in
Think
her
about
mind
it.
to make a ritual
I've
circle.
forgotten the person standing by the door.
Yeah, exactly. It's like they're truly human.
Yeah. Looking into the next room here, it is not that big a room, but then there's an open door to the next room, which is a big room. Seemingly a room that is different from the others. It's been made later, basically carved out magically here. Yeah, I can tell myself that. Yeah, I'm thinking it to be even smaller.
Yeah, I was gonna say like what
The
diminutive.
token doesn't go smaller.
It doesn't go smaller than tiny.
It'll have to be good enough. You can unsnap.
Yeah, you can unsnap it instead of being snapped to grid. Just
There you
untick
go, I
that.
did it for you. Now you can be whatever you want. Yeah. The room is not very big, but in here there's a series of tables that seem to have been put in the center of the room. Sort of like this, put together. And on them are a series of objects placed. There are several what seems to be urns. Probably like they seem to be like fine and probably ancient and probably not actually meant to hold anything. They're cultural and have like some various depictions of legends on them. Beyond that, other things have been put here. Two of them bearing the arcane mark.
Six flings the door open. We both look inside. Ibizure, leader Theor, like, starts. And, like, nothing like terrible, like, comes down, like, booga booga. Like, she regains her composure. She, like, rotates, to, like, look back at, like, the human that's with them, and says, like, leans in, like, next to him, and says, "We have reason to believe that the previous keeper has left a message for dragons. As you are not the current keeper, and none has been ordained at this time, it would be respectful, from what I know of your culture, if you were to wait here until we ascertain the message. Perhaps we might also discover his condition or whereabouts."
He bows deeply and says, "I will remain at your service." And then he will stand next to the exit.
All right.
On this side of it so he doesn't get locked out, but
Yeah, that's a good choice.
like, he's not here to observe you. Really, the people here don't expect this to be super valuable stuff. It's culturally important, but the dragons probably wouldn't just wreck it for no reason. And Shanwan wants to impress the dragon.
You
Make
know
the
what?
dragon feel as happy
Those
as
two
possible.
dragons that are currently here actually wouldn't, and that's true.
Sure.
Well, I mean, what are you gonna do? A dragon could do it anyway. Like,
Yeah, like,
Also true.
what's keep a scribe at them at all times. Like, what are you gonna do?
right, yeah. And Missouri, like, looks at Versicatrix and says, just sort of, like, questioningly, like, after you?
No, yeah, I think Mystery looks to the side, and the Cicatrix is already like.
Yeah,
on
like,
her
by the time,
tiny
like, she
drowning
looks back at the
clock again.
drow, like, the drow's already in there. Like, after you.
It's like, where? Oh, oh.
And then I think she'll, like, follow after and close the door.
Yeah.
And that's when we activate the booby trap, and...
I mean, she will closely study whatever has the arcane mark first.
Sure. It appears to be a shield and a weapon. Sword in this case. They appear to be magical, both of them. Beyond that, there is like a runic strip of leather, seemingly for wrapping around one's forehead, potentially. It also seems to be magical. The various urns and such seem to have been really kind of sacrilegiously filled with general trade coin. I think, in fact, like if anything, Vercingetorix would look at some of that and feel a strange sense of ownership over it. If this coin has been seen before, in a way, there's a like faint smell or something. Some of it, at least.
Is there a statue in here?
No, just those things. The coin's also unsorted. It seems like the sort of thing someone would do if they had a bunch of coins, say, and didn't need it anymore.
They mixed her treasure with some random other unimportant people's treasure.
Yeah. The shield is a dragon dot shield, which gives resistance to attacks from dragons. The weapon is a dragon slayer weapon, which has bonus attack against dragons and resistance to breath weapons. And the cord is a cord of elusive thoughts, which allows someone psionic to make escape attempts using arcana instead of acrobatic or athletic checks. Escape would be from grapples.
Oh no.
User a leader theory, like, looks at this stuff, and looks at Vercingetorix's reaction. Valignus the one who told her this stuff, because she didn't want to ask, like, Vercingetorix directly, and she wasn't in, like, that lair at the time. But based on, like, the reaction and, like, the arcane mark, I think, like, the Missouri leader theory, like, just asks Vercingetorix, is this from when you... before her?
Some of it. It has been mixed with other belongings. I think she tries to look at this stuff, and, the analytical part of her brain is like, oh, I will probably fight a lot of dragons in my life. This could be useful. But the other one is like, these motherfuckers have things for killing dragons. Of course they do.
Like,
But really, her eyes keep looking at, like, the urns with the mark of the person who has, like, helped prison her, and then, her treasure being mingled.
did you back then see this keeper? Or was it just her?
I think, Monica, we've discussed this, but I think it was just different magicians types to her. Like, I don't know that she would.
She saw certainly Yaffle, lots of Yaffle. In the beginning, only Yaffle. And then towards the end, it becomes really hard to remember because things were really, really messed up at the time. But yeah, there were other people visiting at that time. But at that point, like her hoard was already gone, and
Yeah.
it'd been, it was towards the end of whatever was happening.
There
Perhaps
were.
she could reason out at the time when it was decided certainly that this way wouldn't work and that she was probably going to die. So they probably just tried to. Yeah.
She'll relay that information as best she can. And yeah, she's transformed completely. As soon as she saw those cards, she transformed, like, sort of just her body just wrangled itself out. It's not that she was even conscious about it.
Missouri says, she must have had some pull or sway or power or ability to convince them
Well,
to
from
aid.
what these people said, their master had knowledge and control over dragon essence. Seems like it would be very useful in her attempts.
There's like an awkward pause of silence, and then Missouri says, that tablet was specifically placed in front of this door. She saw that. She saw this.
She doesn't dignify that with an answer. She knows. It haunts her.
Yeah, Missouri's like kind of creeped out. I think the green dragon will like edge around the tables to go to the other door. And
The other door again. It's not locked or closed really. It swings out into the room you're currently in, and was basically someone left this room and then didn't close it behind them, seemingly.
okay.
Looking into the next room, it's quite clear that this room here was the last, really, the room you're currently in, but it seems to have been cleaned out from whatever was supposed to be here. There's supposed to be like bookshelves and archives and whatnot, boring casings for historical things. Like they don't have that much that they brought with them, really. But back here is carved out a new room, rather large compared to the others, not for dragon to stand in, certainly. And at the walls, there are different tables and work shelves and tools for that matter. Both masonry, but also all sorts of arcana tools of enchantment. There's some different types of ink and such that's at this point long like dried out. But this was a magical workshop, the kind of thing you would use to enchant items, say the ones that lay on the table, for example. Beyond that, there is something very telling. At the edge and corner here, I've marked with yellow a rise in plateau, whereupon I've marked with red is a what can only be described as one of the Thayan gates. You've seen them before. You know what they look like, though you've never really been close to one. This one stands here, uh, cold and dark and empty. The runes on the side of it well made, made of black sort of marble, sitting here on this raised plateau.
Probably like Missouri leads there tries to close the door at the same time where she just blows past her.
Yes, exactly. She's like, oh no. It's just like, ram.
Yep. Like Missouri is like an oh no mode, where she just like, fuck this. Like Missouri leader there is like, get back here! That's a Thayan portal! That's what they were trying to build in his lair! The latest lair.
Yes, but it would not be built by them. It would be built by her.
There's like a pause, and then probably like there's some sort of like the equivalent of fuck in like Draconic. It's like Missouri literally like walks in.
It's like, can I get this dragon to leave? No. No. Least effort is probably staying. No, yeah, investigation will look at this. The portal.
Right.
Still no body, by the way.
She says, this must be how the Keeper got out of here and ensured no one else could come down here until us. When Missouri says that, it's just like, these fucking diviners, how do they know? How does Yavel know? She's on my head.
Cicatrix looks like mesmerized almost at the portal.
Missouri says, you, you think you can activate it? Where do you think it goes?
I don't know, but what if maybe another study of hers, maybe to this hero Tachiro, this
It,
if nothing else, I mean, could maybe it is a way to ritual sight.
Missouri says, she was an exile herself, in a sort. It's
Yes.
something that the current Thaans would want to know, and if it's untouched, if it's untapped, like if this is our secret and hers, then like then she like starts to share like some of the mesmerization, like as she looks at it. If it is active, or if you could activate it, what could be on the other side? What answer could there be? As I'll compel Cicatrix to see it done.
I'll take it. There's no way, like, there's no way she is, like, this is horrible idea, probably.
Only you recently talked to someone about identifying portals.
You know, I was just thinking, where in my master mind map is this information? A thing of great power, a portal allows to magic. You can trace the stream. So, what, like, could she try and figure out where it goes to?
Yeah. I mean, you'll have to go closer and begin looking at it, but
Oh,
yeah, I
she
mean,
will fucking go look at it. I
they
took
they
the
gave you the equivalent of the identify portal
I am
ritual.
fucking here. I am.
Out of curiosity, because Missouri Legion Theory has never put this together in her head before, Manikai, does this look at all like the sort of like ritual portal that was beneath Star Mantle?
It's identical.
Yeah, I was gonna say I put that together.
Yeah,
I was so
I
sad
know, like
that
you like
oh, and I was
you,
like,
But in this way,
yeah, you exclaimed about it and Sheep did, but it's something that she's never thought of.
yeah, she sees it, and it looks identical to what that was, except that one was open.
I think Missouri like sees that and is like, as Secretary obviously gets distracted in seeing it done, I think genuine fear like goes over the Green Dragon. And she like looks at it and like her mind is like, oh no.
So maybe we don't tell the Black Dragon.
Yeah. So it's like where Secretary gets distracted and Missouri just use that time to just like shake with fear of like, oh no, oh no, oh no.
I'm trying to find the identify portal or like
But
analyze.
analyze portal.
Yes, I have it here.
Takes an hour to cast. It's a small component cost, and then you can figure out a lot of stuff about where portal goes.
Yes, well, but damn, that is a high fucking roll.
Well, you know,
It's a good thing that it's a fanatical dragon and she doesn't care. An hour? You know what? She has days.
What's the price? Like a component cost.
component cost is 250 gold.
Okay, they probably have that here, and if not,
There's
maybe
plenty in those
yeah,
jars.
yeah.
Vasika will sort out her own gold.
Well,
That does not.
no, like I was going to like mention that, but it's an actual component, and like your gold is not a component. You can't buy a component here. That's why I was asking. I figured they had the components here.
That's true. That can be brought to you. Yeah.
Artificial shop here.
Yeah. I mean, they will bring it. Dragons want some magic stuff, sure. Like, yeah.
My god. Yes, well, I suppose We'll start casting.
All right.
Man,
As
I'm
the
gonna have to-
scintillating motes of light begin to dance across the portal. Searching out its configuration. 22. All right. You learn the precise characteristics of the portal and how to activate it.
Oh,
Or at least how it is activated. This portal is made to be. It is an unprotected portal, meaning that it is not does not require a particular portal key. Many portals do. This one wasn't made with that intent, really. Hand wavy. The characteristics of it is built to last. Certainly, it is a two-way portal, which means that you can both come and go through it. It has a fixed destination, meaning that you cannot connect it to other destinations. It has a particular twin portal somewhere else, basically.
Star Mantle.
It is a high-level portal, which means that it can cross between different planes of existence to go to where it needs to go. Though you cannot, with that check, determine where that is.
No.
If you want to know the name of the location, you would need a 24.
No. Oh, really? In the book it says 29 or lower. The name of the portal's destination. Analyze portal.
Yeah, but you got a 22.
Yeah, but that's lower than 29.
What? That doesn't make any sense.
22 is lower than 29. Math checks out.
24, no, 29 or lower.
Let me just check my book here.
Maybe it was a rabbit.
Wouldn't it be 29 or higher? Like, so you
No,
roll
then
high, you
it's
don't
30
get
or
it?
higher. The origin of the type of the creature to use it last.
Let's see here.
30 plus 1/2 creature's level. Identity of the creature that created it, if any.
Mutual analyze portal. Yeah. You're right, actually.
Yeah, I looked at it and thought I was like, no, I guess I get
manual of the planes would be another source, but we'll do this one. All right.
I mean, I'd rather
Then
know.
the location that this portal goes to, man. Name of the destination. what would you even call this place?
Creepy Grotto 3.
I guess she would get a signature number, and then it would be what is the number? I need to get this right so I don't give you false information. Yes, she would get a numeral 4, and then in there would be some like language stuff she doesn't understand until it translates it to an understandable thing, because the name is not generally spoken in your language, but I figure the spell like takes care of that. Stupid spell. But yeah. So it would end up being 4th Imask Arcana.
All right. I mean, she will relay all this information. As I think she's frantically repeating just basically anything.
And he's always like, like, been waiting over this entire hour. Sort of like frozen between whether to go or stay. So, can you open it?
Could I open it?
It is not like per se easy. Like it would require something, but you're like say if you were heroic to your characters, you might not be able to do it. But right now you're not, and you're even in the late end Paragon. Thus, I'm gonna say yes. You could figure it out. It's gonna take a little while. I don't think you've played with portals like that before, but it's not.
Oh.
It's not really encrypted.
Yeah.
It's not defended.
Now you're
So
playing
given
with
time,
portals.
given
Damn.
time, you think you could make it open
work.
its connection.
Great.
In fact, something about this portal makes it feel like it wants to be like unleashed and opened.
That makes her less enthusiastic.
Does she
Like a
share
blood
that
gold.
with Emuzar Elidrathair?
Yeah, she does.
Yep.
It's like
Emuzar Elidrathair says,
wants to.
so...
Steps like away a little bit, like
I guess she begins to move around the magic of this thing. Like the runes begin to glow brightly, like slightly glow, like radiate like heat as energy just needs somewhere to go.
So we're cicatrix. When I cleared Starmantle with the assistance of Cindermoon,
who?
the head of the Emerald Enclave.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, more powerful than me.
Oh.
The head of those druids.
She finds the name now. Okay, I mean.
Yes. So, when I got the ritual of Purge Spell Plague so that she could cast it to clear the city of Blue Flame, there was a center of powerful magic in the city that the ritual did not cover. She teleported us down to that center that was a bit beneath the surface. And there open, with blue flames streaking out of it, was a portal identical to this one.
It could have been the location. But this place does not look burned.
Yes, that portal was open. Cindermoon's destroyed it as part of the purging spell plague before I moved there and built the temple. The site no longer exists. At the time, I was not sure what to make of it. However, the identical nature of its appearance compared to what we're currently seeing before us, I cannot dismiss that. You said the portal wished to be open. And perhaps that is because Yaffle would want us to see what's on the other side. But things have not gone entirely as she predicted in her absence, or at least what we can speculate. What if there's something on the other side that wants to come out?
Yes, I do. If it could, I like looks menacingly at the portal. I don't trust anything that this has not been trapped or meaning that there must be a downside to. I want to analyze it, and I do not intend to activate it before I have viewed the location. I do not want to stumble into. Her eyes narrows, still looking at this infernal, well, I guess really not infernal, but a horrible, horrible death portal. With both longing and hate. And then, like, small mumbling starts, like, she will never trick me again. I will get you. Yahoo, I will get you. This is not over. This is only the beginning. Like, it's just like, just like. So it's circling it. And,
For my own knowledge, we're cicatrix, and so that perhaps a message may be coordinated to your minions. How long is it that you wish to stay here in Nathlek?
she looks at Emissary and blinks. I had not considered that.
If you wish it to be for an extended period of time, perhaps seasons, keep in mind that the Nathland itself has been relegated to external territories. I took their capital and the road that leads to their border, but they still exist as a vibrant entity led by shadow agents of Shar, who will want this city back. And so it will continue to be a site of conflict. And I have considerable resources and abilities to manipulate, but I cannot guarantee I will hold the city. Though it is of great value, and I do not wish them to reclaim it, or else I will have to destroy it. I nevertheless do not know what full resources they have at their disposal. So if you are looking to be here for an extended period that might bleed into extended conflict, I may not be able to be here the entire time.
Well,
if you stayed in this vault, I doubt that anyone would come here looking for you.
true enough. Though I must confer with my troops every now and then. I don't suppose you could tell these people that I am some sort of dragon scholar. They seem to.
And Missouri says, this agency here in charge of this location welcomes dragons and is attempting to curry my favor by any means possible. Your staying here will not be a problem, so long as you do not cause destruction.
There's a long pause.
And she looks at the portal and says, "The portal, if you deem that necessary, yes. The rest of this vault or other parts of the city, no."
I mean, She looks into the room they came from, like at the magic items and her hoard.
She says, "Your items that were yours can return to you. Things that which were not yours, I would prefer to remain here at this time."
Is it wise to let them have weapons that are made for killing our kind?
At this point, Missouri, waves a claw dismissively and says, "I have one purportedly such. I am unconcerned. They are not the type to wield them. These humans, venerate dragons.
But I wonder, do you think they're infused with dragon essence?
Missouri has no idea where the fuck to go with that question.
In the explanation of the portals and how to follow streams of magic power, it was explained that stuff like dragon bone, dragon blood, powerful things to follow, to trace a stream of magic. She looks at now looks interested in the items. Like, I can do it from here, I suppose.
With the GM note here for Emmy, because Vercingetorix really wasn't around at the time. But when Visterelix, that's his name, right? When he brought you the tablet, he did state that he found it alongside, you know, magic items that seemed like they were very useful for dragons to have.
Mm-hmm.
It is possible that these things were left here for you.
Yep. I considered that. But, you know, Alpha Sterelix, is an unreliable narrator, right?
No, he might also have said it to just be the worst.
Mm-hmm. Like, oh yes, the magic
Oh,
items
I
that you won't
found
get to
your
have.
birthday present. I really like it.
Yeah.
I do believe some useful stuff was in his hoard, but that's a long time ago.
Yeah, I have enjoyed that portable hull. Used that the hull has a phase body.
It's like half a day to just get the body in there.
Yeah.
Mashing.
Yeah, but the Missouri Legion there does not need to enable where Cicatrix taking things from a city that's not hers. But in Missouri is, if nothing else. What used to be part of the Dragon's Horde? Yes.
I mean, that's the dragon mentality, right? Like, since she hasn't given it away or traded it, really it is still her hoard. Like,
Right.
you know.
Like, yeah, like, your gold, like, cool, like, Emmy's a green dragon, she can understand that.
Yeah.
The items? No, those weren't a part of your horde. And you didn't take this city, so you don't get to have that stuff.
No, because she's just like, no, they can stay here. I will report to you if I find a way to link them to the ritual site.
She says, very well. It can be arranged that a messenger can correlate between you and your minions, should you be here for an extended period of time. The Malorites need something to do before conflict resumes.
Did enjoy the last one, whoever that was.
Good. They are unconcerned with appearances. They are predators, like us. Or they try to be.
Certainly something to appreciate.
Yeah. Missouri is going to leave. We're Cicatrix here. Allow the translator to go about his business. He has free reign to, like, go through these things. Just don't go through that door.
I was gonna say, yeah, he will not go in here. That door will be closed.
Yeah.
He'll begin documenting. Though, really, I mean, feels a little bit sacrilegious. Like, you really should have a new keep to it, but they haven't had that for so long that the key's lost.
Yeah.
It's just.
Yeah. He will inform the translator to inform everyone else that if any of the Shu people pass through this door without the express approval of Emizore Ledrathir, the deal's off.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, they would like an explanation, but she it's something she feels,
Yeah.
They're not going to ask for it.
Yeah.
It's just not worth it.
Yeah. Like, I would like many things in life. I'm speaking as myself as a player, and I don't get explanations for them all.
I think
They will
Vestigation
blankly just accept it.
in her drow form
And,
will ask them to try and find like records on the visits of the great wizards and such. Also, if they were not already doing that.
I mean, the recent ones, easy to get. They showed up here, spent a lot of time talking to people, looking around, got somewhat annoyed with the bureaucracy, and when they tried to get rough, well, they were told to leave. They did seem to look around the old enclave and like, I mean, maybe they found something that pointed them in some sort of direction, but they certainly didn't come down here. And
No, but before then, what about interactions with this, prior master and a red wizard?
yeah, well, I mean, that's so long ago. I mean, there's some records of like this person has arrived back and he's brought some visitors. But I mean, he did that a lot. So, but yeah, if she wants to, she can begin digging around. And probably could find like some sort of description of a person that would match what she believed Yaffle would have looked like.
No, I mean, I think like there's a translator here, right? That seems like a them job while I do the magic stuff.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like-
okay. I was gonna say like
They would
Vestigation is
basically
not
bring the
gonna look through
Cicatrix.
those stupid
They would
books.
bring the Cicatrix a lot of stuff, but
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like it's not really interesting things. It basically confirms that Yaffle has definitely been here in Deathland.
Any
Yeah.
arcane signatures on her?
She hasn't enchanted anything here. No.
No, she's not stupid. Well, that is a lot of information that she now has.
Didn't know we would spend the entire session here in Nafland, but here we are.
Right?
I had a feeling it could happen, but you know. Is there anything else you guys wanna get done? Any talks? Any thoughts?
Sorry, I'm looking through my ritual book.
Sure.
my ever-growing, paranoid dragon ritual book.
Sure.
No, Missouri Leader Theory needs the sort of year to pass. I do want to have a conversation with the Emerald Enclave, if only to, like, begin prodding them in the direction that I want them to go. But if there's a force in the city that's inclined to keep an eye on it, Missouri doesn't need them for that. She certainly does need the Emerald Enclave, though, for the Shard. Because that is definitely a force that is that is strong.
It is.
Yep.
The greater deity has powerful things and
Yeah.
individuals that serve it.
Yeah, that's why the Green Dragon did not want to try and break that damn altar. That's you gotta call in other people for that. Like an enclave.
Holy people.
Yeah. Yeah. People that could figure out how to, like, dismantle this thing without, like, making things worse somehow.
City would ask the priests of Nuban. Yeah,
She would not ask the reason.
yeah.
No, fuck those guys.
No effort
Where do you
wasted,
find them
right?
anyway?
Yeah, where would you even find priests of Nuban? They're not in the Gulf, man.
Travel south. Well, I mean, God does do a lot of follow-ups when you don't really answer any prayers for.
Yeah, and the Overgod has kind of required them to take prayers now if they want to
Yeah.
hold power. The audacity, I know.
All right. Sure. I mean, we could certainly pass the year. I just don't. I think maybe we should wait with that until she's
Yeah.
gonna be here next week, and then. Yeah.
Malachi,
Yes.
I am looking at the view object ritual right now.
View object.
Yes. When you perform this ritual, choose a specific object of up to large size. Would that the portal is bigger, or is that about the size of
It's bigger than large size.
it? Okay,
It's big enough that you could go through it in your large.
I am.
I think it'd be like gargantuan, something like that.
Given Sheep's absence, though, and where he might want to go next session, which will be his last session with us before July,
Yeah.
it's probably good to have a conversation with the Enclave now. Probably
Yeah,
as they're caught by surprise from... Even though they've known that she's been preparing this attack since the start of the year. The speed at which they act is different than the speed that the dragon acts.
Mhm.
Yeah, she will probably as like fall settles in and it gets close to winter in Faerun, she will fly back into the Gulfmere and leave Naflek behind for the time being. Content that for now there probably won't be attack. It's dark season. And she will seek out the Archdruid of Sylvanas, because she feels like she needs to get the Enclave on board with her decisions
Oh.
and her
Yeah.
plans.
Salazar is not in his usual grove over by Cedar Spoke. He's much further over here by the border now, and can be found, chilling with some other treants, which are basically just big quiet trees standing there, being alive,
Humming or
mobile.
whatever.
Yeah. There's little birds and such on him that generally talk and bring the word back and forth on what's happening.
Yeah. I think because she's not entirely certain of like his power, and given what she went to the Enclave, her approach to this is respectful. When she learns of his location, she'll like fly and then like settle down like close to the grove, and then like slowly like walk towards it, not trying to creep or be hidden, but just so that he has ample enough time to prepare for her approaching.
He slowly turns to face the approaching dragon, regaling her with his amber eyes. She comes close. And I mean, speaking of servants of greater deities, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm a fool. Grimith, you gotta remember that you can't set your token facing on this map. Don't try to look at anyone, or else the unexpected errors will appear.
I don't know what that's about, but
Missouri Leader will graciously like wave a claw. She's probably wearing the regalia that the Nathlans gave her. That 11,000 of dragon jewelry is probably not coming off her head for some time.
yeah.
She enjoys it too much. God. Oh, it's funny. How they wooed and
See the
seduced
guy
her.
from in 300. That's funny. You're just like,
Uh,
just covered in chains of gold. Like,
yeah.
yes.
Yes. Yes. The fools, they thought I was one of the... They treated me as one of their own. The fools. Missouri Leader Theory says, Archdruid of Sylvanas. A moment.
The world is full of moments. I can spare you more than just a single one. She will crack into like a slight wooden smile.
Yeah. The dragon returns it, but in her head she's like, ah, the damn treants, they have forever. Right.
I mean, he's looking forward to the time when he takes root and loses consciousness,
Yeah.
become a tree.
Like, it's really hard for her to, like, relate to that. He wanted this form, and he just wants to, like, become,
like, find peace.
Yeah, peace.
I'm part of the natural forest world.
Yeah, Missouri Leader then enters the grove, like, approaching cautiously, trying to be, like, respectful of any conversations that he was having with... She's not sure how treants have conversations or enjoy each other's company, but she's trying to appreciate their differences. Or at least...
Seems like the Arbitrians don't really much.
Okay.
But he's sort of conversing with the birds that sort of chirp around on him.
Okay.
Most of them take flight as he's like telling them what to do, and then
Sure. The dragon will draw close to the archdruid.
he
And so,
looks down. He's
before I
tall.
begin, like looking up, is there something you would wish to say to me? For we have not spoken in since the beginning of my actions.
Looks to him and says, "You have acted quickly, but hopefully for the best. The city has not been destroyed, I understand. You have shown great restraint. That is good. We should not be hasty in our judgment, though something as you did had to be done."
Surrey says, despite Malar's inclinations, I do not intend at this moment to destroy the culture and civilization of these people. I keep my minions in check, and my primary task is to locate the source of the corruption, the darkness that is spreading, which even affects the Gulfmere. I have done so, and it is beyond my means to resolve.
He nods. "And you would seek us rather than Cindermoon this time for a solution."
You and I are both aware and have spoken of Cindermoon's inclinations towards the shadow in the hopes that it would help her pursue her single-minded approach to the blue fire.
Sort of, it's not a soft grumble. Yeah, be not slow. It is true. It is very true.
I
And you believe we can aid you, then?
Yes, there is a shrine down there, and it is the focal point of. Missouri Leader just sort of like rolls her body and says, "The ritual, the actions. I know that weaker-minded people are taken down there, and when they leave, they are converted. I beheld the shrine myself, but did not fully delve into its surroundings beneath the surface. It is beyond my capacity to resolve, and even if I were so bold as to strike the shrine itself, Shar is..." And sort of like trails off, not wanting to say it.
A being of power.
Yes.
Sure, her power these days are greater even than ours. Yet she spreads it far, and we are focused here. She nods slowly. In time, we should well be able to solve this problem before things get out of hand.
My concern, or one of them, is given what we suspect of Cindermoon's, just like pauses, like, no, not allegiances, affiliations, no, uh, single-minded pursuits, that if there were a delay in action, that she might momentarily withdraw from her hunt to issue a decree or order of some way. And if she were to pause, like, if she were to approach me, I would not know how to refuse her. It's Druid.
The druid nods slowly, and maybe there's a moment of empathy there. A moment of, yeah, she's crazy scary. Sort of not spoken, but in the silence that follows.
Yeah, the how do we tell her no?
Yeah, this is, it's hard. It's a shared struggle there in dealing with this lady. There are things happening in the world around us. A different age is dawning. You are yet young compared to many of us. Sort of says us more sort of in maybe that means druids, maybe like whatever race he is, or trees.
Mm-hmm.
But it says, this age is dark. Bad things have happened, but they will not last forever. We act slowly because it is the long term we work towards. What damage happens now might become worse if we are rash, but it might be solved in time if we are patient. Cindermoon is becoming an obvious trouble, and yet perhaps if we wait, an opportunity to free her mind would appear. As long as she can be placated and distracted, that seems the most obvious solution. As for the shadow, I am not quick, and yet there are some who are quick. We can inquire as to Veros, or the druid of Maeliki. There is much light in his path, and much golden flame can be brought to illuminate the shadow that now dwells. He will be doubtlessly pleased with your actions there so far. And I think, if anything, the Treant's is actually pleased with Imizure, right? The fact that she's sort of the champion of Malar in this region there's a connotation there
Right.
of bloodlust and sort of single-minded sort of hunt and pursuit of strength and killing all the time. And she hasn't really embraced that stereotype. And Salazar here is finding that very nice because a lot of the people around him, these different exarchs whose opinions he's got to balance, are not very good at compromising. Um, but he likes compromise. Sometimes things have to happen that are not good. You know, that's okay. Sometimes things have to be, a little bit darker. Maybe that's okay, as long as it's not all the time, and as long as it's sensible. You know, things have to happen the way they do.
Yeah.
So she certainly can sense that, you know, he likes what he's hearing. He's seeing her in a positive light due to her actions.
Yeah, she thought we would, but she doesn't feel great about it, you know?
Look how less pious you are than everyone else.
Yeah. And Visor Leader says, it would be good then for that to occur. But I will confess, in the pains I have taken, not to cause, like she sort of grumbles over this, undue harm to their civilization, to their cities and their peoples. Their government I have booted out of the capital retained strength and likely resources from across the sea that could be brought in. I am uncertain of whether I will be able to hold the capital where the shrine of Deshar is located, and were I to lose it, I do not know if I could prevent my minions from not just destroying the city if I were to retake it. They are permitting this, if only because of, well, not just my nature, but of my successes with Malar against Nobanian. I have a tight control over them, because they believe I know what I'm doing. And I hope the Enclave, or at least elements of it, can help take advantage of those opportunities. I have bought time through my actions so that the shadow does not spread. I hope it is not squandered.
I nod slowly, looking grave. It's news. As there is much conflict in this place, in this world. Even now the sea roils, as strange unnatural things seek to come ashore. Yet the shadow is unnatural as well, nods to himself, and it should be stopped. The Enclave can help in this. Already we have mustered and moved towards the city. We had hoped to demand something, to not have to escalate. But things have, and it seems unlikely that they would have accepted demands regardless. I will ask Veyros to help, and I will move myself and mine to block the path, for a time at least. The shadow cannot be allowed to retake this place. In that you are quite right.
The Missouri Literature says, I have no interest in being a permanent occupant. When the shadow... She chooses not to say if. When the shadow is removed, I can leave that place intact, not destroying it, in the hopes that, for as weak as I believe it might is, that some harmonious compromise or relationship can be built. But for now, it must remain under control to ensure that the shadow does not spread. Of that you have my word.
Peanuts, I will deploy myself and mine to aid you in keeping it safe for a time. Then Veros will help within the shadow to illuminate it as he does best.
He
He is
said,
busy. He is important. Yes, almost more than I. But he will find the time.
in these early here says, and all of this while we hope Sylvanas, not pray, that Cinder Moon remains occupied by the blue flame avatar of Nobanyan, and pays little mind to us.
Yeah.
Kind of like looks around nervously around the grove.
She would certainly have the ability to split us. That is sadly something that comes with age. We do not change our minds easily.
Alright.
I understand she is a friend of the Ice Fae as well.
At that,
Though there are few of them here, she carries their cruelty with her
oh,
in these years.
at that, I think the green dragon like winces, like, oh no, not them.
Mm.
Ah, Queen of Air and Darkness. These races. I am glad that I have the support of you and Veros, then, in this time.
Oh, I think Salazar will nod and give a concession in a way. He says, and I am beginning to see that Malar has a place in these woods.
Missouri Literature says, the best predators are those which adapt. Malar suffered defeats. If he is to return, then it is important for him to change as well.
The old tree nods slowly, Though again, the old things have a hard time changing.
Yeah. But she's young.
But right now she's certainly showing that perhaps, I think that might be sense. Just perhaps, you know, we'll consider the notion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. Legislator says, I will leave then, if you desire to contact me before. I am remaining in Naflek to keep an eye on the city and the shadow before conflict breaks out again.
I will send Veros, and you will find my influence upon the battlefield.
Missouri Legislator begins withdrawing, and she thinks to herself, like, what an odd circumstance of events that's going to lead Veros to, like, contact her in a non-hostile manner. Like, what has happened in this world?
Strange bedfellows and such, right?
Yep. Oh. She's glad that, Zalaznar is acting as, like, the intermediary. She wonders what it's like on, like, Veros's end. Like, what? Are you serious? Yeah, but then she remembers the encounter with, like, the gold dragon when she bought, like, the book of, like, Purge Spell Plague. With her own horde. Ah. Ah! Alright. I'm good. Or as good as I'm gonna get.
Yeah.
I need you to go to the city of Nathlek. And the guy's like, yes, you're right. It has been occupied by the evil Malar. No, you need to defend it. What?
That's right. The shadow that's there, you are there. Like, your light must help
Yes,
purge
the
it.
dragon. No. We like her.
We'd like her? Excuse me? You can run that one by me. We are all servants of Sylvanas. Like, I mean...
I mean, it's true. It's true. Sylvanas was the god that was like, when every other god got weakened, he was like, hey, come, join under the Oak Father.
It's like
We will
Selune,
protect you.
except,
Yeah.
she lets them have a little more of themselves, I suppose.
Yeah. So, in his umbrellas, Umberly and Myliki and O'Banion and Malar, and... You wouldn't think it can coexist.
Yeah, I mean, they are very different. Like, Umberly is, Pirate Queen of the Sea. It's like...
What does that have to do?
It's all Sylvanas, really.
Yep.
And that's basically Sylvanas' approach right now. It's very much, time will tell. Things are fine. Yeah, bad things happen. A storm's natural, but the forest will remain. A flood comes, but the wood will regrow. It's okay. So the good aspects are sort of annoyed that they don't, intercede more and rein in the bad guys more. And the bad guys are annoyed that, they can't just indiscriminately destroy everything.
Right.
Generally.
The pain of a compromise.
It's a strange sort of compromise, but it is out of that compromise that the Emerald Enclave has begun actually growing, and yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's sort of beautiful because all those entities in itself forms like an actual like circle of life of like, oh, there's creation and destruction and like corruption of nature and like regrowth of nature, and it's like, so it makes sense like theme wise. It's just that
I mean, it does, yes. It's just that each of those things don't like the other ones.
Yeah, it's like, no, man.
But, like, what if we didn't add death to our curriculum? What if we just didn't kill people? And then, and then Malar says, well, then we would all be weak, sniveling pieces of crap,
Right.
eaten by whatever things come first. And that's true in some sense. I mean,
right. You can understand the intellectual argument behind the circle of life, but then you're like in it.
Yeah. And you're like, I don't appreciate being here. This is not the privileged position I hoped to get.
Yeah, I was looking forward with trepidation to whatever consequences might come, just from the attack on, like, these people themselves, but sender mode. I was like, she just doesn't notice, doesn't get like a free moment. We gotta hurry, guys, before Mom figures out. We can't let Mom know.
Yeah.
That's one of my player concerns, I'll say, the group to the viewers, of what happens if this takes too long. It's like the city might be taken from me and it might change hands, but if Mom gets a free moment to like away from work to like look at what her kids have done,
Yeah.
I don't know what's gonna happen, but I don't know if I could tell Mom no if she tells me to do something. Mom's very powerful.
Yaffle would be so disappointed in your comments.
Yaffle somewhere in a vision is like, what? Excuse me?
Yeah, you know, there's like...
I didn't raise you like, well, I didn't raise you.
Yeah. It's right, Bastaric's more of a parent figure than you are, Yaffle.
True.
It was hard for him to be a single father.
Yeah.
He did it.
Yeah, being around kids all the time. Ugh, worst part.
You know, this is Novakri's fault for like attracting Cindermoon back to this region instead of being where she was. Man, she could just not been here and then...
Could live in the plague ruins of...
Yeah, wherever the hell. Damn you, Novakri. I hope you get your punishment you deserve out there in those mountains.
I mean...
He gets a letter from who's like, oh, the first time. It's been 10 years, 10 long years under the sun. And it says, like, I remembered some more stuff you did. And he's like, no.
Like, it wasn't a goal intended to be handled by him NPC-wise, but it kind of happened.
Well, he's a mage. He's much better at blowing stuff up.
Yep, he is.
He was never, like, super intelligent, actually.
No, he's definitely not. That's why...
Definitely not very wise, either.
That's why, like, the charge was to find someone who can maybe do this for you, for me.
He's charismatic, though. He can talk people into any terrible plan.
I loved when he was exploring Star Mantle, and he was like, I wonder what happened if somebody touched that, and he threw one of the other
I know,
guys
he just shoved someone else in to see what happened.
I wonder, like, blop.
Like, I can't feel sympathy for him. So...
a bad person.
Yeah, he's a really bad person.
Of course, he works with dragons.
Well,
closely.
I don't know, these Nathlek people, these Dragon Guard, they want to work closely with dragons. I don't see what's wrong with them.
No, I mean, they seem great.
No.
Honestly, makes sense to me, all they're saying, really.
Yeah.
Philosophy is somewhat sound in some way.
Yeah.
Works better with dragons that are not selfish. But...
yeah.
Well, you know.
Or deeply intelligent or actually invested in their well-being, which,
Yeah, I mean, that's the attempt to make emissary somewhat invested in their well-being, right?
Based on the dragon's personality, it works. Like, I can't make an argument for why she would destroy them at those times.
Of course not.
No. It's, like, I'm looking at, like, my personality traits and, like, the compulsion. It's just, no. They got her. They win. They found the right dragon to do that against.
I think it was even... Was it emissary that when the monk was at the Dragon Fane was like, go away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't follow me. I don't care about you.
Because the monk was following her and Rimenfear to, like, listen in, and emissary was like, no, you don't get to, like, eavesdrop on this one. No. But if he had just told her that there was an entire culture of, like, people that wanted to, like, embrace her and, like, gently rub oils on her body and cook food for her and decorate her.
Can't believe it, right? Like, this is too good to be true.
Exactly! Like, this is a trap of some kind.
Like, if anyone tells you that, you're like, no,
what is this? Where's the camera?
Yeah. Who put you up to this?
Well, all they ask in return is that you tell them what to do to save their city from horrible, evil shadow people,
God, of course I could do that.
Which you would do anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to do that anyway.
It's,
Right. My only, like, thought was, if I'm going to like the state of the city after the fact, if I continue to hold on to it. And I didn't know. I might abandon it, might try to give it to the Enclave, but no, this works out. Then yeah, I will take free money every year. Give me silk and art. I will expand the treasure hoard.
Talking about money, how much of my old hoard, what would that equal up to? Huh?
7,000.
7,000. Yeah.
Of
Nice.
your money. Well, you had a really big hoard back then. You were like successful blood dragon business dragon, you know.
Yeah,
Got a
I
good
know.
thing going. It was great. People just dump money in the sea and then you
The
could just
worst
sleep.
part
right?
is he looks at that money and it's like, I mean, it's nice to have it back, right? But it's like
There's-
there was so much more.
Every time
All
you
the
look at
other
one of
was
those
probably
coins,
spent, yeah.
it's the memories.
All the other
No,
money was spent doing what?
doing things to bother her
Think about
personally.
not only was Cicatrix an experiment, also a bank that people just
Yes.
take money from. Like, wow.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you know what? The one thing is, Cicatrix remember being being like unable to move, and people still dropping money in the ocean to not be attacked,
Yes.
at least for a little while.
And
Well, for a
Out
while.
there, and then the wizard can come pick it up.
yeah, Yaffle
Yeah.
just came to pick it up and probably spent it on these fucking eggs for like for a next adventure.
Well, it's like the insult of it just being put somewhere. Like it didn't. That's the for her. It's so insulting also because it's like it really cements how she was just one of many, right? Like it's not like it's like oh the memorable dragon Mithranox's treasure. I'll put it here. No, it was just money from something that didn't go right. She gathered it with the rest of all the money from the others, and
Right.
it's like it's not even consider it like it's just being reminded that she was she meant absolutely nothing.
Yeah. Not only were you like humiliated and like
Yeah.
horribly tortured, but you also then became an afterthought. Like you're not
Yeah,
one of the treasured children.
No,
well, she doesn't care so much about that. It's more so it's just like
Yeah.
like she's a big deal, and this motherfucker is just like her hoard should mean something if someone manages to steal it. That's a feat. Like it's just like
And nope, it's a whatever.
yeah, whatever.
yeah. I mean, when the if Cicatrix shows up at the final ritual, yeah, we'll probably wouldn't even know who that is.
No.
You got some random broken dragon with you? Okay.
It'll be like from that Street Fighter movie where Cicatrix like launches to a tirade and M. Bison. So the Chun-Li says, "For me, it was only Tuesday." And she's like, "What? What are you doing? That was my
Which
life."
Oh, no, she knows, and that's the worst part. This arrogant monster. I'm
Yeah.
talking about Jaffel, not
I know it's like, yeah. What ritual were you? What failure were you?
There were so many.
You weren't the one I turned into ooze. Like, you remember him?
There's just so many black dragons that no one would miss.
Yeah, you didn't even become the Black Dread.
If there's something that could make the Cicatrix want to be.
Notice from
No, it's like Severus has like she scries on the storm art, to figure out what the hell's going on, and then she sees the statue of that Jaffel, like the gifted statue. She's like, "Well, I'm coming for you, motherfucker." I don't know how you got this, but
oh, it was tribute of some kind.
you're dead now. It's like no.
The lady gave it to me, but then, never showed up again.
Whatever.
She said it was a cool dragon and left.
I mean, of course I am, right?
No, not you. You're too great. And then,
Oh no.
Oh.
That would almost be suspicious. He would know too much then.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would.
He exists in a different sphere of things, right?
Which
Concerned with things that are much less than that you're concerned with. Because you've certainly been concerned with one epic tier matter your whole existence.
well, not my whole existence,
No, I
but
mean,
well,
Well,
My
your
current one. I mean, I think the Mega 6 herself counts her life almost as, you know,
The
beginning
before
of
times and
there was poor times, you know,
there's faint memories, and then
the troubles began.
torture. Yeah.
You know, I enjoyed the session, though we were missing a player. We ended up like digging a lot into like the Nafland focus, and then like there was a lot of good roleplay between Aries' character and mine.
yeah, we hadn't really seen the city, and I felt like there was a chance to just
Absolutely.
Yeah, I love
do that.
It was a great opportunity to explore it.
Also, I can't believe that there's a Pride Rock. I mean, of course there
Of
is.
fucking
but
course there is, right? You
Oh,
know.
wait, it's the pride. Of course, there's pride.
I just saw the Lion King like, I was like,
Yeah.
this
Of
is
course,
how the
you know.
ghost of the banyan is fucking made.
I mean, and of course, like, Nobanian came down directly to save the city during the spell plague and protect it from the blue fire.
Yeah, well, how did that go?
Well, I mean, it still exists.
Mhm.
Well,
Look
I
at
mean,
Star Mantle.
it does too.
Yeah, better than Star Mantle, it's true.
See, now the ever temptation of that stupid portal is gonna.
I know, right? I thought it was a great moment as well to have it actually click for my character, like, oh shit, that portal?
Well, it's like, especially it's like, yeah, he apparently traveled a lot to Starmantle. It's like,
Oh, you just want
We
to
don't-
look at it once?
oh, she's.
Yeah.
But she finds out that she can't do anything else than look, like, to find out about it. Like, what's she gonna ask? Go ask
Yeah.
people like, oh, hey, have you heard
Yeah.
of this
Yeah.
secret place?
There's an alternate reality where she opens that and just blue fire spreads all over the vault.
Yeah.
And like, oh shit, like she tries to run out, the door's been sealed. Let me out of a dragon! Let me out! From the other side of Missouri, it says, it's for your own good!
There's the blue fake beacon. Oh, fuck. Oh.
The blue flame can never get out.
I mean, yeah.
Like-
What could go wrong, right?
Yeah.
It's just experimental magic. She has known this ritual for like a whole maybe quarter of a year. So you know.
I mean, the blue flame burns all magic it touches. Dragons are famously magic.
Yeah, but the portal, this clearly has not been burned, and there's magic here. So.
Hmm.
You know.
Yeah, but since it's been closed, the other side could have been altered.
To go somewhere else.
Oh, no, to have blue fire.
No, see, I don't think it was meant to be touching blue fire.
I don't think it was meant to be touching blue fire either. I don't think that was Yathel's plan for what happened to the Star Mantle.
I mean, who knows the fucking diviner bullshit?
No,
right?
And the world burns.
No, she wanted to escape that fate.
Man. Yeah, it just occurred to me. I was looking through the stuff, and I was like, well, I mean, it probably won't work, but like, I should really just view object on the tablet. It's like you just have to have a description of like the object. So I was like, I mean, probably won't.
Well-
They probably protect it from scrying,
Well,
but
choose a specific object of up to large size. Like, you must describe the object with sufficient clarity that the ritual unambiguously knows which object you're talking about. So, do you think you could describe a specific tablet with enough unambiguous clarity that the ritual would know?
well, I mean, they're apparently identical, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, so
Which
how
is
would you
good.
do it?
The one that you already know about, probably.
Okay.
That's true. Nah, she'll try it. You know.
If your
Yeah.
statement describes an object other than the one you intended, for example, the nearest gold coin is in your pocket, rather than the hidden treasure vault you're looking for, the ritual still functions and the components are expended.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Though asking for the nearest gold coin seems like
Yes.
a
That's
I
waste
know, right?
when you just spent 7,000 of them. You know.
Oh shit. Yeah, I'll be interested to know how long Worcestertrix intends to stay, because with the passing of the years, it is not a 0% chance that I will lose this city.
And that's why she'll end up going through the portal soon, right? Like once she finds out that like the only people she can ask about it, or like people like she might, have gained stuff from working with the Shadow War, but she doesn't want them to like their noses cannot be here. Like this is
Maybe you don't want to bring them to.
no.
Like, yeah, if they retake this city, you're like, yeah, sure, you could come out of the vault and be like, hey, what's up, bros? They're like, what you
Ooh.
doing here? And you're like, nothing.
Some sort of portal? Is that a portal?
Yeah.
Portal? We heard that you were asking about portals. Yeah, you into portals?
Yeah, she's like, no,
Let's have a look at
no.
that.
I mean, let's be honest. First, what she's really gonna do here is look at the portal and be like, should I not? Like with the flowers sit there.
Then, like, accidentally breathes acid before she gets the answer. Oh.
Yes. Ah!
Shit.
And and then she's gonna try and figure out the items, and then she's gonna fucking have that translator stalk that fucking master, whatever. It's like, oh yes, let's find him. We should figure out if he's alive.
You're gonna try and send a
Very
translator after the previous keeper? I don't think that works. The translator's gonna be like, okay.
We should figure out what happened to them. That's a good idea. Like, motherfucker, if you are alive, you won't be for long.
Dude's like,
find you.
well, I have other, like, concerns right now, as do my people. I don't think the translator can help you. Where's the Keeper of Scrolls? That's how you paralyze him with indecision. Like, you can't appoint a new Keeper of the Scrolls until you find the previous Keeper of Scrolls, and he wasn't in there.
Yeah. Which is why they should help me find them.
Yeah. Then they might be like, what's through that door? And you're like, nothing.
Definitely not the Keeper of the Scrolls.
Yeah. That's the one.
Like, so you mean his body's not back there? No. Nope.
No. It's not a murder site.
Nope.
And the Seekers would be like, sadly.
Nuh-uh. Nope.
Are you sure? Like, yes.
Yeah, I would know what to look for, okay? I know a dead body when I see one, but if you'd like to help confirm that for me...
I mean, if you see the portal, you have an idea that maybe they went in there.
Yeah.
If you don't, if there's no portal, it's like, did the dragons just swallow the bones? Is that what happened? Why would they do that? I mean, what else?
Yeah, what other option is there?
Things don't go away.
Do they? I mean, there wasn't any air down here, right? He wouldn't have killed himself, though, right? Oh. Fucking Yaffle! Oh, I love it.
Divination.
Yeah. Like, as soon as, like, Manikai, like, described, like, yeah, you see the thing you recognize before on the table, a tablet, I was like, oh, no. No.
Well, they say that there were other ones.
Yes.
Yep. Ding!
Yeah, the achievement unlocked, like, what is it, 3 out of or whatever.
yeah, how many of the stones have we found in their natural locations? Wink. Hell, maybe that had been left in your old lair for all we know, and then just got brought up. With the items she intended for us to have.
It just clicked for me that of course he visited Starman. I already knew that. He came to my lair.
Yeah.
He was also in Starmantle.
We heard about you from there.
Yeah. I'll consider whether I will take those magic items that were back there behind the door, and I'll give some consideration depending on what happens next session of how much I'll tell to. the people. But that will depend on
I was
whether
gonna
I
say,
hold the city.
you gotta let the cicatrix look at them first.
Well, the Cicatrix has plenty of time, right?
Yeah.
There's like a whole season.
Yeah, I was gonna say the rituals
It's
take
also
like an
pretty
hour.
Yeah.
Most of them.
Like the shadow people have just been banished to the mountains. They'll have to regroup and like.
Yeah. I mean, those magic items were the Dragon Slayer items that Manikai described.
Oh, I know, but like she was literally told about like that you might be able to trace dragon essence to other ritual sites. It's like,
Well, actually, they don't contain essence, but they were made. 2 of them were made by the guy here, the Keeper of the Scrolls.
Of course they were. Could she use them to trace him?
No, you can know that they were made from it, but they don't get any active power source. Their power is
Right.
contained within them.
That's how permanent magic items work.
Nope.
See that mark taunting at her.
I know, it's like every time she goes down there to the vault, it's just everywhere.
Yeah, I don't think she goes there.
I do love the translator though. Like you describe it to him, like, oh yeah, that that was the previous Keeper of Scrolls, the guy who went missing, and you're like,
Points to that one, yeah.
yeah, that one.
I mean, that said, we completed the goal.
Sure did.
So,
As you know,
hmm.
I think well and done. You know.
Yeah, that means the goal slot next session is yours once again to fill.
Also XP.
Yeah. I kind of was thinking I would at least solve it. I mean, I didn't expect to get this much information, but I was thinking I could maybe solve it this session.
Easy goal.
Yeah.
They're good to have. Like, it's good to have something that you're like, I can go for this, right? They have one long-term one and one sort of shorter-term one,
Yeah.
depending on what you're working on.
All right, good session.
All right, good session.
Next
Yeah,
time we
good
hopefully have the team. Hopefully, we'll have any answers for viewers about what we're going to be doing in July when Sheep has other obligations will not be joining us.
Yeah, we'll have to think about that. Might skip some and then play some. Just rush,
Yeah.
to not get too far ahead.
Yeah,
Just
that makes
to
sense.
justify it, right? Hopefully next time we can deal with this great tribe thing and then have Velignith go, I don't know, if nothing else, find his damn.
Yeah, you'll spend that time
Right,
finally finding his new mode.
yeah. Can this freaking do elsewhere?
All right, it was good. Talk to you two later.
Yeah.
Good night.
All right. All right, folks, that is going to take care of this session, session 98. Next week will hopefully be on Haldemir and Rahal's YouTube channel, broadcasted by Sheep, and his final appearance before he takes care of other obligations in July. As noted, then Manikai, Ari, and I hope to have some answers on what sessions that we'll look to play and what days we might skip. I don't know as of yet whether I'll be handling broadcasting that or whether Manikai, who set up broadcasting, will take care of that too. This session-wise, didn't do too much in regards to like the Rain Engine. The stuff was D&D 4e related. It was character building. It was great to actually see Nathlek, the capital city of Nathland, given its isolationist nature, the fact that none of our characters have spent any time there directly. I've just heard about it after all these sessions that I've described. And to figure out that goal, to get some answers for Cicatrix and more questions. It was great roleplay and building. As Manikai noted, I figure next time we'll probably see about focusing on the Great Tribe and probably deal with repercussions involving the shadow government of Nathland as they attempt to reclaim the territory they've lost, which is being held partly by those adventurers in that city, and then, of course, by my company. If it comes down to it, I am willing to permanently lose that territory. Basically, I'm willing to cede that capital city back to them again, instead of losing like any other like stat. I intend to police the territory to try and like look out for any unconventional warfare or any nefarious means, and I intend to try to hold on to it. Hopefully until the archdruid of my Leaky, that lovely good unicorn, can hopefully banish the shadow. Which, of course, is complicated a bit by we're Cicatrix having a working relationship with the Shadowvar. We'll see where that goes, right? And whether they learn about the visit that we're Cicatrix did to the city and what might come from that. All that, though, is for next time.